We're gonna do stuff on NA, and then we're gonna do recording. Yeah, that's how I want to do it. Because the sooner we get the recording done, the sooner I can enjoy the rest of the day. Hmm. All right. Do do do.
はーい、準備はいいかしら。コツコツこちらせ剣断の術。いいお酒。ゆっくり応援今のうちに準備で。やりますね。悪いんだ。ここでもうすぐ。夏の女神が主情に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。
Yeah, I needed something in my stomach. Cause oh yeah, no at the bottom of the bag. Yeah, I'm probably not eating until like well after the tier list is done. Yeah, like unlike the other days, this time when I start, I can't take a break. Because again, this is the last day of the weekend, and I want to enjoy the last day of my weekend. I definitely catch up on the sleep I missed. I keep dropping this shit. Really glad it's just landing right back in the bag. Literally where I tell my kids at work. If you don't eat over the table, you're not going to catch your food if you drop it. But if you eat over the plate, you eat over the table, your food is not going to go to waste. And like even not fully fresh, These smash burger fries are good. No. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Definitely after stream today, or if I take a break before I play Persona, definitely vacuuming and cleaning my apartment. Nope. Damn. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Definitely want to start in the next 10-15 minutes. I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna do this in the future. Like, just split up the tier list and just don't try to do it in one day. Because I do think it makes me more miserable if I try to just squeeze this all in one day. And seeing as my job is very reliant on me being in a good mood, I just need to manage this shit better. Yeah, unironically, I need like a minder or a handler. Perfect. Only worked because she had the MP game command code.
夏の女神が衆生に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。ああ、鐘の音が聞こえる。
Key rains. Oh shit. Oh no. No, Berlin. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel better, I spent more on a permanent. Oh, do this for the higher elf one, just in case.
夏の女神が衆生に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。もちろんやります。ここで夏の女神が衆生に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。望まれることを望まれたように。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラインドカリバーン。夏が来たりてかぎろい揺れて、雨が来たりて命が変わる。息吹の御川、八脈怒涛。グッ様、見ててくれましたか、グッ様。勝ちました。
Leave. All right, 3 more runs and then time to start recording.
夏の女神が衆生に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。適当にやっとくわ。見栄はいらぬと申しても、夏の暑さに喉カラカラ。息吹の御川、八脈怒涛。 死も人の究極願望。これなるは不老不死の霊薬なり。
夏が来たりて限りを揺れて、雨が来たりて命が変わる。息吹の御霊、八脈怒涛。
ああ、遊んだ遊んだ。やってやるぞやってやるぞ。うらー、応援響き。やだな。ですか。運動知らせ禁断の呪詛。やります。やめたい。負けないぞ。ちゃんと見ててね。ダンク。ここで待ってて。夏の女神が主情に告げる。踊りなさいの騒ぎなさいの。やりますよ。夏の女神が主情に告げる。踊りなさいの騒ぎなさいの。望まれることを望まれたように。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドスカイバーン。
夏が来たりて限りを揺れて、雨が来たりて命が変わる。息吹の御霊、八脈怒涛。許す、眠れ。
Hey, one more run and then we have 2 skills. Or no, not one more run, but like we're pretty damn close to having 2 of Umu's skills done.
では粛々と殺害を開始。少しだけ本気になりますね。今のうちに応援知らせ現代物白兵戦いきます。負けない。もちろんやります。やめたい。夏の女神が主情に告げる。踊りなさいの騒ぎなさいちゃんと見ててね。そうなんだ。見栄はいらぬと申しても夏の暑さに喉カラカラ。息吹の御霊、八脈 家はいらぬと申しても夏の暑さに喉カラカラ。息吹の御浜立ちめくぞ。はーい、おしまいね。
Hey, done. All right. I might drink and might smoke later. All right. All right. Okay. You are at EX. You are at A+. You are at A+. You are at B. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Space Rush. Space Rush. That's why I've been forgetting. All right, 15. All right, recording mode. 5, 4, 1. So, I am rested and completely sober right now. Hopefully. So, we're done with extra class for pretenders and alter egos. Now it is time for my favorite out of the classes, foreigners. And then right after foreigners, we are doing beasts. And I only just realized now that Space Rush was not, like, her picture wasn't on here. That's more because of how this list is made. Again, I'll be remaking all this stuff, thinking about how I'm doing it. And 2020 or 10th anniversaries list is just going to look very different to doing it on the site. Again, I'm probably going to do it in Google Slides because it's just easier to customize. So, first, base stats for foreigners. 1.0 modifier, pretty much like all three of these have the same thing. So their base attack has to stand on their own. Star Gen, 15%. Star weight is... what's 150? Archer? Archer numbers. And yeah, we got a lot of foreigners here. 2 of them are welfares. And then we have 2 beasts, so that's why we're at 15. All right, first up, Abigail Williams. Out of probably all the characters that have come out in the game, like, people's opinion on Abigail has probably been the most in flux. This character at release, like, looks dog shit. Just looks very, very bad for the time she came out in. Because this is a time where the only real support you had was Merlin and Waver. So a Buster unit having such piss poor arts cards just did not sit well with people. You didn't have block chargers like Koinskaya. You didn't even have Scotty or Castoria. So even her triple art stack was just a detriment on its own. You pretty much had like Tamamo, and that was it to like really have good uptime on her just MP and skills, because if you use Merlin and Tamamo with Abigail, you had 9 arts cards. And yes, you had a Merlin Buster buff, but you did only have the MP and one Buster card, so it's not like you were doing that much Buster crit damage anyway. Now, however, Abigail is definitely being used in multi-core. She has very, very good burst damage, and she makes her own niche. That is super, super important for multi-core, that they're able to do like good damage on their own. They're not super reliant on supports to like carry their damage. And again, that's also why multi-core is mostly quick in arts, because Vich does not give AoE buffs. You kind of have to rely on Merlin for that. Base attack 12.1k, good start for the first foreigner that ever came out. In FGO, have to preface in FGO because we know Altera is the OG foreigner. HP 13.7k, not bad, especially because like again her year one team comp probably was like, again, I didn't play then, but with hindsight now, I feel like her best team would have been Tomo and Merlin. How people played her in the beginning, again, don't know. Don't really watch year one gameplay. Chaotic Evil for Doman Synergy. MP charge is the biggest pain point. 0.25. She has 6 hit arts cards. She's not critting on these, or at least when she came out, she definitely wasn't. Yeah, like she is like basically, if these are not critting, you're not getting much out of them. You would get far more refund from doing an arts chain than you would your party would benefit more from you just doing art chains than you trying to do like spam Abigail's MP through her own charge. 4 hit on quick, 3 hit, 6 hit on the 3 arts cards, 4 hit on Buster, 5 hit extra attack. Very, very low base gain means that this extra attack is going to do shit for getting you back to your MP. Star Gen isn't going to be that bad, but it's still not going to be like super amazing. First skill, here's the multi-core utility. 30% MP damage for the party, along with getting 10 gauge per turn every turn for 3 turns. So this is a build up 20% battery. However, depending on like the node, this is either going to help you a lot or help you only a little. Again, it's because of when certain characters are MPing, whether your AoE has to MP turn 1 or 2. Either way, you're probably popping this skill turn 1. For single core farming, this was on a 7 turn, but with a pen 5, you can bring it down to a 6. But you're also probably going to want to have mana loading too, so it becomes more of how many pens do you have. But again, this list counts as if you have both of them maxed out, so non-statement. Second skill, inflicts terror to all enemies, and again, terror delayed stun. The activation chance is 50%, which is a very high number for terror, but also mental debuff. Anyone that scales off mental debuffs like Summer Kiara, here you go, here's an extra debuff, but I probably don't use Abigail with Summer Kiara. Defense down 20%. Also at a 7 turn cooldown. If you want to do single core farming, you're gonna need a pen 5. Otherwise, she's not double popping anything. Third skill. And also why she kind of doesn't need mana loading now. Reduces one enemy's gauge. Guaranteed. Reduce their attack 20%. A little on the lower side. I would have preferred this got bumped up to 30, but is what it is. Power mod against terror. This is both the stun itself, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's the clock. Whether you have the clock or not, I'm not sure if the stun counts as terror. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, honestly, I'm having problems remembering whether or not the stun actually counts as terror or not. But again, the more important thing is the clock. because she can apply the clock any turn she wants. Again, the stun chance is a chance, but this terror, as long as it lands, counts as she has the mental debuff on the enemy. 100% power mod for this terror. Is this the most crazy thing out there? Absolutely not. She shows power mod way fucking better. 3 turns of 2 100% power mods on a 5-turn cooldown. Abigail's not touching that, but Chisho is significantly worse at multicore, so kind of balances out. Also 20 battery and reduce the cooldown from 7 to 6. So yes, because of this 20 static battery, you are going to just want mana loading. No, skill reloading, and mana loading is mostly a second priority. Based more on node structure. MP removes all enemies' buffs first. This is kind of the only thing that really saved Abigail in the first place, because she had buff removal on her MP. So as long as you technically had the charge, you could spam this. We have command seals, and we get 3 a day now. So it's not like you couldn't spam this. It's just, why would you spam this? Because also, the enemies don't need buff removal like every single turn. They do like to do damage to you to try to kill you. They're not all about buffing you. Hi, hacks. And then OC, crit attack chance down for 1 turn. I always prefer 3 turns buff with this, but it is what it is. Bond CE, 30% MP damage and insta-kill immunity for 3 times. I'm not the biggest fan of this Bond CE, but MP damage, 30% MP damage is still 30% MP damage. So, Abigail, I'm feeling strong A here. Yeah, I'm feeling strong A, because in comparison to like say Phantom Moon, that slow charge is not as helpful as a AoE 30 battery, like flat out. AoE 30 is just better than charge per turn 20. Again, unless this is again, unless the AoE is MPing first, and even then, if they're able to get to their battery immediately without Phantom Moon, after their MP, they just get a 30 battery. While slow charge, they're not even gonna get the full effect before the end of the fight if it's only lasting 3 turns. Yes, she has a super effective that she can control, but again, it's also the case where if her terror doesn't land, she is so screwed, it's not even funny. Again, this is the issue with servants that have niches that they can make themselves. Most of the time, it is tied to debuffs, and if you can't debuff the enemy, that servant's value goes down. Like, especially if you're going off autopilot, the worst thing you want to deal with is inconsistencies. So, while she has, like, the best damage by a landslide, this is also assuming that you have your niche. I'm honestly pretty against how this is showing this. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like that they're not showing her base damage, because they are making Abigail look significantly better than she actually is. Yeah, no, I am firmly against showing it like this. Because it really does make it look like Abigail is like leagues better than MHXXA. It makes her look like so much better. Like, her MP1 damage is like way more than her MP5, but that's not fucking true. because you can just look, and at MP1 she passes up Abigail. So yeah, I feel strong like mid A, just because if the enemy is immune, like isn't getting debuff, not immune to debuff, but just resists the debuff, her damage falls off a cliff. Is literally cut in half. All right, next Hokusai. So, we need to check this like right now if this is still bugged. Okay, yes. So before I even talk about this servant, I need to just double check. Oh my fucking lord. It's actually gonna be hard to test this. Yeah, no, in Laplace it's gonna be hard to test this. I would actively have to do this in game. All right, 1 second on this, because I really don't think Laplace is gonna show it, whether the bug is still active. All right, 1 second, chat. This is not gonna take long. Yeah, also when I go through uploading it, I'm like Kira is probably the only servant I'm probably gonna edit his part of the list, because I'm really not happy how I talked about Kira. All right. All right, yeah, real quick on this. All right. All right. Need to look and see if the defense down applies in this MP. Okay, yeah, no, I have to slow down. Okay. I am seeing the res down. Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing the res down. I'm not seeing the defense down. All right. All right. Back to recording. Okay, so Hokusai. When I talked about her buff, she was bugged. Her third skill was activating on the MP. So this part, inflicting defense down, it was happening before damage with arts cards. I don't remember if it was arts cards in general or just the MP, but that was a huge damage buff to Hokusai, having defense down before damage. Because her recent buff also gave her another effect that happened before damage. And those two together gave Hokusai explosive damage. I think I have to change the thumbnail for my video now that it's not bugged anymore. But I forget when it got fixed. So, Hokusai. Really, Oi. This is actual Katsushika. No, this is Hokusai and this is Oi. Also, I'm pretty sure like this is the artist that got Japan into like tentacle Gentai. They make enough jokes about it that I would find it pretty believable. But back then, they probably thought it as a gag. Like, think about it. Like, back then, people genuinely thought that humans could be birthed through other magical creatures. That is the time frame of when this character was originally around. So take all that shit with a grain of salt. Half the time, people are just making jokes about it because they see how funny it is that people took this seriously, but unironically, people on the internet take it more seriously than people did back then. So base attack pretty identical to Abigail. HP on the lower end. MP charge 0.33%. Again, you might be thinking that her refund is abysmal. No, it is not. I literally just used her to test, and against 2 enemies getting full hits of overkill, she was getting 80% with double Castoria, and it was just double Castoria, no Mystic Code. Literally popped as many skills and went, and she refunded like 80% off 2 enemies. Her buff gave her so much utility, not just for farming, but also CQs, where even against 1 enemy, she's still going to refund a pretty good amount. I wouldn't say like single target levels, obviously, but it is going to be a lot more than what you would expect. So again, 0.33% MP gain on her arts cards with 6-hit arts cards. They look a lot better on paper. And also remember, Summer Ibuki has MP gain around this, and she is one of the best arts loopers. So while the face cards might be lacking in gain if she's not critting on them, just general refund with it is definitely where it needs to be. I'm not going to be mentioning it that much because we are talking about foreigners specifically, but most of them have existence outside of the domain, and this is specific for Van Gogh. If a foreigner does not have it, I'm going to point it out rather than pointing out which ones do have it, because it's a lot easier to say which which foreigners don't have existence outside the domain than the ones that do have it. Also chaotic balanced. If you can make her evil, she'll get full Doman synergy, but she is not that much of a crit servant. So going the extra mile for that is probably not worth it. 4 hits on quick, 6 hits on arts, 4 hits on buster, 4-hit extra attack. This is lacking, but she's, again, not really a crit servant, so she's probably not doing too many brave chains outside of you just don't feel like using your sword and you just want to like clean up a break bar or hit break bar. First skill. Okay, so there are plenty of characters that have a full turn of dodge and 30 battery, and they're at a 6 turn cooldown. If this skill is not doing anything else, why are the other characters having longer cooldown on the literal same exact skill? They need to buff this to show why this skill deserves to be on a lower cooldown. Because I don't think they're buffing dodge plus battery that often. Like on a 6 turn, actually, am I asking? No, hold up. Let me rephrase this. Because it's like, am I asking for this to be like so much better than all the other characters, or am I? No. Okay, so hers doesn't need to change. Like this does not need to change unless all the other 6-turn cooldowns of this exact skill also get buffed and have extra effects. I don't think they can buff this skill, and like besides straight up buffing Hokusai without it just feeling worse. Like that, like buffing this would just be a win more for a skill that's already better than like most other characters that have the same skill. That's more what I'm trying to say. Would I like more effects on this? Absolutely, but they're probably not going to. Second skill, 30% arts up, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn. The fact that Hokusai is a foreigner, you're gonna probably want to remember this for Lostbelt 7. If you have Hokusai, you already have something in your back pocket to help you with one of the more annoying fights for Lostbelt 7. Debuff resistance for up 100%. So this wombo combo, you can't debuff Hokusai, and you can't take her buffs. Her damage is her damage. This is awesome CQ utility. This combo doesn't come across that often. And like more times than not, you're gonna need one or the other, but just having both is awesome. Because there are cases that you are gonna experience like both of these happening at the same time. Third skill, what got this is not what got buffed in the most recent strengthening. It was her MP, but what it gave her was more effects, because if you did not click arts cards, this did absolutely nothing. So if you weren't getting to your MP, you were just shit out of luck, and you wasted this skill. Now, star weight on arts cards 500%. And 15 stars. This makes a lot more sense. Hokusai is an arts crit servant, and it's very hard for that to really work. And the arts crit is mostly for her for MP spam, not loop farming. Or not, obviously not. You're not really using crits in loop farming. But I mean like CQs, like Hokusai isn't doing, like most of her damage is not going to come from crits. It's just the crits are there, much like Summer Kiara, to get back to the MP to keep up the arts gameplay. Passives, existence outside the domain EX, the best debuff resistance for it. That's pretty much what existence outside the domain scales off here, is just the debuff resistance. All of them have the 2 stars per turn. 8% debuff success rate. This is a very debuff heavy character, so this is a pretty important passive. 4% arts, divinity, this for farming, this for Tamamo. She has anti-berserker as a foreigner. Best case scenario, because she's already doing 2x damage and the berserker is barely going to hit her. This is a big win more button. Because her only other effective class is pretenders, and you're not seeing pretenders in loop farming that often. Anti-berserker means you hit overkill a lot. You hit overkill quicker. NP, what got buffed? Her MP used to have no normal effects. It was only super effective against man attribute. In 2024, that is not enough in this game. This is nowhere near enough. MPs that have no normal effects are getting buffed so much more common. Even if they have super effective, it's just been proven that like super effective is not enough for MPs. It just becomes, the MP just becomes a beat stick, and it's crits. Like say, Yeah, crits from someone like Richard just make MPs like this look stupid. Like, it's only the fact that they're AoE that they would even be considered an MP. So, buff is more damage. Arts res down before damage, so a 20% arts buff every time she MPs, and in a CQ, you can ramp this up. And MP gen up 30% for one turn. This is why her refund right now is so stupid, and she's looping on the same level of refund as like Summer Ibuki. It's because now she has pretty much the same buffs that Summer Ibuki has, except she's lacking like attack. And you can get attack from popping Castoria MP, so it's not as big of an issue as it could be. Bond CE, 30% MP damage and a 20% guts. That has no duration because this is a guts from a CE, not a skill. But yeah, 20% revive. So, how am I feeling about Hokusai? She's looping on par with Summer Ibuki. And then, like, that's just her loop farming. Like, her loop farming is, again, on par with one of the best. Obviously, damage is going to come into the equation because that affects refund, hitting overkill. But her refund itself is extremely high. Like, again, looping 80% on 2 enemies, even if it is the max possible refund, that's still not nothing. And she's just not going to have the same kind of problems that a lot of other AoE loopers just have with loop farming. Like, Hokusai has in her, like, the way she's built, she's going to refund 100% more often than not. And that is what you want for multi-core. You want your DPS to be able to stand by themselves as much as possible so that you don't need to, like, pop all the buffs on them. You can spread out the card buffs to let your single target do more damage. Right, yeah, let's close this out. MHXX. The anti-foreigner, although she also does pretty good damage against sabers. This is also full on double damage, as if she was an archer. Like, that's why, like, this super effective damage is so fucking massive. It literally basically makes her a single target archer. But she has way more utility than just that. So, base attack 9.7k, good for a 4-star. 11.2k HP. MP charge 0.64%. And she is an art servant that is going to be critting. This is an crit servant. Her MP is going to hit very, very hard against foreigners, berserkers, and sabers. In fact, she has some of the highest burst damage in the game against those specific classes. But this is still a character that is heavily reliant on burst damage. So, CQs, she is much more heavily reliant on her supports. There you go. MP charge 0.64%. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 4 hits on buster, 4 hit extra attack. This is definitely suffering. It would work better if this is 5 hit, just for refund purposes. But the gain itself is fine considering she's supposed to be critting. Again, once her refund is good enough, one arts crit gets her MP all the way back to 100. Like, you only can get so much gain at MP1. It's like when you have like MP2 or 3 and you're trying to get higher levels of overcharge mid CQ is where these gains from crits start really applying. But we're not talking about this on this. We're not talking about MP5 refund numbers and gain and all that. We're talking about MP1 because, again, trying to be able to arts crit from literally the MP and to 300% gain, not that many servants are able to do that on one arts crit. I don't even think they can on one arts crit without a lot of buffs to go with it. First skill, invul for 1 turn, 50% attack for 1 turn. Second skill, 20 stars and star weight down for herself, 100% on a 4 turn. Third skill, ignores invincibility, 30% battery, power mod against threat to humanity enemies. And let's just take a refresher course of what threat to humanity is, because it's probably like not even in her niche, right? No, it is exactly in her niche. Fighting foreigners, where she has full class advantage, and pretenders. It's, the Ellies make her get stuck, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 40% of her own class she has power mod against, along with all the other nonsense that goes with it. And because some MH is also an art servant, you'd use her with Castoria, who also gives a threat to humanity buff or power mod. This one is also 50%. So double Castoria, MH has a 150% power mod against threat to humanity. That is literally almost as much as what Oberon doubles for Black Rail. And luckily for MH Castoria's power mod is not 1 turn, it's 3 turns. So, unfortunately, like, if you know how I feel about some characters, MHX is unfortunately a heavy burst damage unit that has no sustain after that 1 turn of burst. However, usually with characters like this, they're also not able to refund their MP that much. That is not the case with MH. Her arts crits, she's able to do them consistently and actually get very good refund with it. Yeah. 2 stars per turn, debuff res, 4%, 8% more star gen, 10% crit damage, 10% quick guard damage. This for single core farming and multi-core, but boss too, you just start easier. This definitely if you're using Tamamo, and I would advise Tamamo because these cooldowns are stupid low. These are extremely low cooldowns that make it much easier for MH to crit and keep uptime on her MP, regardless if you're using double Castoria or not. NP, again, has been buffed. It was always a super effective mod against Sabers, but this was only like a regular super effective. This is class advantage super effective mod, along with a 20% attack. So at the very least, as long as you were MP spamming, she at least had 1 buff. Pawn CE power mod against all Saber enemies, not Saber servants, just Saber enemies. While her MP is specifically Saber class servants. So don't bring MHX against a non-servant boss. She is not getting this super effective, and she's basically full on hitting neutral. And also you have to remember what enemies count as servants, because something like Bargus in Lostbelt 6, that is Bargus while she's still alive, so she can't be a servant. She does not count. So, where do I see her on here? B. I like this character. I still don't like one-turn buffs. Because it makes it so if you don't have that support, the character is, I wouldn't say unusable because you can pull the support from your friends list, but they're definitely not going to be running as well as you want. And especially in cases where your support dies, it's a longer fight. The character is not going to have their own buffs. Tamamo really does become almost a necessity. Otherwise, you don't have any buffs at all. And it's just like raw. You're completely reliant on that MP buff, like carrying you. In which case, just use another character. I do think it is pretty fair though that for this class specifically, that the 5 stars are completely like these low rarities. This honestly should be how it is when you're comparing MP1 of a 4-star to a 5-star. Game balance wise, it only makes sense that your SSRs are better than your 4 stars, and this is not always the case for the other classes, but for especially extra class 2, the gap between a 4-star and a 5-star is noticeably bigger. But that is just my opinion on that. Yang Guifei. This character is literally only stopped from going into A+ because of debuff immunity to burn. And is also the reason MHXX got bumped down. Because, again, only really effective against Saber class servants. And then a lot of her buffs are 1 turn. Yang Guifei, very debuff heavy. Again, so not going to EX because of that. If you cannot burn the enemy, there is literally, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage for using Yang Guifei, and you would be better off using MHXX. But my god, when this works, it fucking works. And this buff made it even better. So, Lychee Head. Yang Guifei. Base attack 12.3k attack, 13.3k HP. MP charge 0.51%. With 4-hit arts cards, this is in line with characters that usually have double arts with 4 hits. More recently, take Zenobia for example. But Zenobia's is lower because she's expecting to be crit on her arts cards, while Yang Guifei can crit, but she's not critting nearly as much as Zenobia. And Zenobia is also AoE too. Chaotic good, so can't use Doman for full synergy. 4-hit on the 2 quick guards, 4 hits on the 2 arts guards, 3-hit on Buster, 4-hit extra attack. The double quick is mostly so she is able to gen stars for her own, so her arts crits will refund her MP as much as possible. First skill. This was the first buff, and honestly, she really needed this. Before, her taunt was only for male enemies, so if you were not fighting like servants or like non-human entities at all, like wolves, like Yang Guifei just wouldn't do anything. So her taunt and invul just wouldn't work, and that greatly impacts her gameplay. She wants to be getting hit. She wants people to hit her up. So, full turn of invul, gauge per turn for herself, 25 stars, up from 15, and the taunt is for all enemies, and it's not caring about gender. Second skill, absorb all enemies. So you get a battery based on the ticks the enemy has. You cannot pop this on turn 1. Otherwise, you do not get a battery. But the more enemies you have on the field, the more gain you get. So think of this like Lady Avalon. However, unlike Lady Avalon, she is actually trying to do the suck. Lady Avalon is not trying to do the suck. She's just edging. So, yeah, don't wait for all the enemies to have at least 1 tick before you try to pop the skill. Even though there's damage tied to this in the defense down, it's not worth giving up the battery. We're talking about giving up an up to 60% battery in fighting 3 enemies. And again, if you're fighting 6, 120. But if you're only fighting 1 enemy, it is only a 20 battery. So you're more able to just use this for the defense down. But it depends on your team comp. Third skill. This is what got buffed. And it is a doozy. So before, Living Flame, 3 attacks, 3 turns. She only was able to inflict 30% defense down, and the enemy got burned 1,000 when they did the attack. So if Yang Guifei was fighting more than 3 enemies, she was purely shit out of luck. And yeah, she would be getting hit a lot for no reason. Also 20% defense. Now, the Living Flame buff is flat out 3 turns. So the more times Yang is getting hit, the more devastating this is. You can inflict a stupid amount of defense down, and not to mention, that first turn, you are fully invuled and taunt. You are always fully invuled and taunted, but now, like, if you're fighting more than 1 enemy, you are going to see more value. This also carries over past 1 turn, so you can fully ramp this up to at least 90% if you're fighting 1 enemy, and that enemy does not pop any skills. There's only trying to hit Yang Guifei. 90% defense. This is literally what Summer Aris has. They buffed this skill to make her on par with Summer Aris, and Yang Guifei has an invul instead of a dodge. So, Pog. Also, a 30% arts buff for herself. She did not have a card buff all this time, so this is brand new for her base damage scaling. Obviously, if you use Castoria, it's not going to matter as much, but we'd always prefer to have more buffs than less buffs, especially if we're not hitting the cap. Avoid using art servants, though, that give defense down, because you will hit the cap on this, unless you're just trying to hit the cap quicker. In addition, another 30 battery. So she was, before, she needed to wait a turn before she had a battery. Now she does not need to wait a turn and get mana loading, and she gets to 50 pretty easily. So this was a really strong buff she got. 2 stars per turn, 12% debuff resistance, and tickle. So she does not have many passives. If you're using her with Tamamo, again, standard, get this. If you plan on using her as a crit servant, I would look into whether or not you want this, but she does only have a 4-hit extra attack, so there's only so much this card buff can really help out. MP, 4-hit single target arts, inflicts burn. This burn scales with your copies of Yang Guifei, but she does not have burn amp. So Yang is not really a DOT servant. She is enabled by DOT. There is a difference. DOT servants want to be trying to amp the damage as much as they can, while just getting super effective from burn. It just needs to happen. It's all or nothing. Unfortunately, this burn does not happen before damage, so if you're not setting up by using a command code and face carding before you MP with Yang, her first MP is going to be lackluster. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, and here's the burn amp. Every time she had normal attacks, she puts the burn amp. It's only 20%, but again, this is on a Bond CE, and now you're just like the more Yang is like solo, the more she is amping this. Like her thick burn is just gonna do more, and at higher copies, that 20% burn damage is just gonna feel even nicer. So, yes, she didn't have sustain buffs. However, she was debuff heavy. And the MP, like, as long as the enemy is burned, you get the super effective. So, it really isn't that hard to just have good damage with Yang, even if she doesn't have buffs. Because, again, she didn't really have buffs in the first place. So it's not like her damage can get much lower, but She does need to burn the enemy first. Alright, I'm going to get water real quick, and then it's time to talk about the good boy Voyager. Also, something I thought I would mention about Foreigners specifically is that I have all of these characters and have used them like a lot. Like a lot. I haven't used Van Gogh with all of these characters or double Van Gogh, but I have spent a lot of time with all these characters. So this, unlike talking about like Kirei, these are, with the exception of Riba, these are all characters I've used extensively. Koyanskaya, Jacques de Molay, and yeah, and Alco in particular. These are the three I've used the most. So these three are going to be the most confident I feel. But in general, for Foreigners, this is a class I feel much more comfortable talking about. So, the good boy Voyager. This is the embodiment of the Voyager probe. And funny enough, I actually read something online about this, that Voyager lost communication with Earth for like a good couple months, but they actually fixed it pretty recently. Yeah. So, Voyager. Base attack, 10.4k. This is very low for a 5-star. Off rip. This is part of his damage issues. It spawns from his low base attack. HP, very, very high to compensate, though. MP charge, 0.56%. And in my experience, this has gotten better over time. Especially as he is quick. So less loop farming and more multi-core / CQs. Because he does have a little bit of debuff in his kit. 3 hits on the 2 quick cards, 3 hits on the 2 arts cards, 3 hits on the buster card, 5 hit extra shock. Average literally across the board. This is what you expect from FGO these days, for hit counts to be at least this level. MP charge being at 0.56%, it's literally because most of the time you're critting on his cards. They couldn't let the game be too wild. First skill, 50% battery, debuff immunity flat out for 3 turns, not times, just flat out debuff immunity. 10 stars per turn. Obviously, this has absolutely no purpose in farming. Since when do you get debuff while you're 3-turn farming? Unless it's from your supports, in which case, what supports are you running that you're worried about getting debuffed? The 10 stars is literally just to start off, and so that you have some chance of critting on turn 1. But if you do have Ruler Scotty or you bring a Star Bomb, this kind of loses value, but 10 stars is still 20% of the stars you need to crit for your whole hand to crit. So it's not like this is bad. He doesn't lose points because it's only 10, because this is stacked on these 2 effects. Like, I'll be completely honest, a 50 battery with full debuff immunity, I would honestly be fine with this being 7 turns. Because in a CQ, like, full debuff immunity, especially if it's going to last for 3 turns, like you're trying to min turn it, you're good the entire fight. You don't have to worry about getting debuffed the entire fight. So like break bars that stun you, break bars that like give you attack down, MP damage down, none of it is gonna stick to Voyager. He's not known to be a CQ heavy unit, but this is like it, and it's not Invo Pierce and Defense Pierce. But if you're fighting someone that debuffs you a lot, you're gonna appreciate this. Second skill, full turn of evasion, 20% quick buff for himself, and then 20% quick res down for the enemy. In farming, this is like really, really unfortunate. It only helps with the first turn to help you get break bar. And this is, or not break bar, but to get break point so that Voyager can loop to the next wave. This being as low as it is, the reason they had to buff his third skill first. It's like why they felt Voyager needed the buffs more than Jacques de Molay, even though I feel Jacques definitely could use another buff right now on her MP. And literally they just buff them the same way, because I don't think Voyager should be that much better than Jacques de Molay, but Jacques de Molay does have more synergy with a lot more foreigners, while Voyager is not really supposed to be ran with other foreigners. Does have existence outside the domain, but multi-core with other foreigners probably isn't happening too often. Third skill, though, this needed to happen. So again, if Voyager in farming, he only had 20% quick up for himself to carry beyond turn 1. And for a 5-star, that is abysmal if this is like if it's not AoE. Like 20% card buff is fine as long as it's AoE. The second it's single target, you run into issues with with the DPS not getting the card buff they need if they're supposed to be by themselves and not getting extra help. So they changed this skill. All they added was one line of text. So it's star weight 600% for 1 turn. Now he gets this targetable part is also 30% quick up, so he could be a sub DPS for quick, but more times than not you're gonna pop this on Voyager. 30% crit damage and 30% quick res down. So again, he is able to do multi-core. He's not the worst at it, but you're probably gonna want to choose someone else, or he's probably gonna want to buff himself for the most part. 6% debuff res along with 2 stars per turn, 8% crit damage, 8% arts, 10% buff removal resistance. Multi-core reasons you'd get this, but appends aren't really that important on Voyager. If you want him to be a crit DPS, get this and give his extra attack a card buff. MP has been buffed, which again, surprising because Jacques de Molay doesn't have a buff yet on her MP, even though she could pretty much use it. 5-hit quick AoE, super effective against Sky Attribute, 20 battery flat for the party. If you're with living humans, get another 20, and then 20% MP damage before damage. So before, the living human was only 10%. All the MP buff was more damage and making it 20. So his main utility is multi-core with these single target living humans. Off rip, the one that I see the most synergy is Bazette, but really any of these living humans will gladly take a 40 battery, especially if they MP first and then Voyager follows after to clean up. I would definitely say the most synergy though is Bazette. Yeah, because there's no Bazette is technically the only single target here, so giving Bazette more crit damage and also another quick card buff, not the worst thing. Bond CE power mod against Sky Attribute And if I didn't say this earlier, super effective against Sky attribute. Is unfortunate that most foreigners are Earth attribute, so Voyager is not getting really good class advantage against other foreigners, unlike MHXX that actually is in niche when with her skill set. But I mean, still getting this on Herc, Raiko, Juna, Summerbuki, like some of the most well-known berserkers, but also all the other characters that Voyager can just hit neutral. He is a foreigner. For a long time, I just used foreigners as neutral loopers, so it's not like it's like he's unusable because it's like there aren't enough Sky attribute berserkers, pretenders, or foreigners, but he still isn't hitting like max effectiveness most of the time. But luckily, it is enemies and not servants with Sky attribute. So this is a lot of enemies that have Sky attribute. A lot of all the demon pillars. So again, it's not like the super effective is bad. It's just not meant for servants. More value is just going to be seen in farming. So, Voyager, solid A. Solid A. I think refund in multicore is going to be much more of an issue, but he does have the 20% battery on top of the MP that he does get himself. But yeah, like he's not doing too much crit damage himself. Yeah, it's him not doing the crit damage himself, and him just... How do I phrase this? Yeah, it's like he wants to be with living humans, while like other foreigners would rather be with other foreigners. Like running, yeah, so like you're less incentivized to run Van Gogh if Van Gogh is only going to get a 20, while someone else is going to get a 40. And Bazette is a really good unit too. Yeah. The fact that okay, so if he does get this, okay, before I move on, if he does get this skill buffed and it's very similar to like Khazra drop, how it just reapplies every turn, I do think he will go up in value, but doing that, like doing the Khazra drop style buff is not easy because they basically be reworking this part of the skill entirely. So it's what would help him out the most, but they're probably not going to do it. Oof. Abigail Summer. Right now, she is here. She has so much potential, though, to definitely elevate and go up here, or at the very least here. But I don't think Lasagna is going to do the buff I really want to make this kind of character pop off. So we'll go through it, but basically if her battery was targetable, she would be an alternative to Oberon for turn 3, like big damage. Much in the same way that Khazra drop is for quick. Actually, I'm gonna rethink. I'm just gonna double check the buffs while we go through this, because I think she actually puts the same amount of defense down that Khazra drop puts on. Yeah, but I think Abigail, it's like all from her skills, while Khazra drop needs MP. Which again, why I thought that her battery being targetable would just help her out more. So, first off, base attack, 11.7k attack, almost 11.8. This is a decent number for a 5-star, but is a little too close to that 11.5. HP, 14.2k. On the higher end, but not super high. MP charge, 0.86%. very good lineup with the arts card and for how much gain if you crit, but you're probably not critting on this card. 3 hits on quick card, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack, so same hit counts as Voyager. But because she is a buster card or buster servant, her refund is going to be much more heavily weighted to this art card critting than Voyager is on his 2. Lawful Evil, so not full Dolmen synergy. If you wanted to use her as the DPS, which she is Buster, she can make Buster Brave Chains, but I would not recommend it that much. But, I mean, she's able to do it now, at the very least. First skill, you put the enemy to sleep for 2 turns. This is a stun, but they will wake up if you attack them. Full buff strip, and their defense goes down 50% until you attack them. This is positive and negative. If you have more than one enemy, this is a 2-turn stun. But you're putting like this 50% defense down. You're definitely going to try waking them up, but it just depends on if you're gonna do it like use this as a stun or not. And buy another turn. If you have 2 enemies, this works out perfectly because you just leave one of them alone and hope that your MP followed by the Brave Chain does not go to that other enemy. Because you're actually going to be praying you don't kill. If you're dealing with break bars, phenomenal. Because then your attack isn't going to go to the one you put to sleep. Second skill, Terror skill, and this got buffed. 55% chance to activate to all enemies. Defense down 20%, and she gets a buster buff of 30% along with cooldown reduction. So if you want to use her as the DPS for buster farming, you can. I forget if this list actually includes the buff. But I also don't think it takes append 5 into... Yeah, there's no way it takes append 5 into consideration. Yeah, I'm not going to rely too much on this. Just because I don't know what is actually being counted and what's not. But yeah, getting a buster buff when she didn't have a buster buff before can be double stacked with Koi and Skya. But again, because she's so heavily debuff focused, you will be able to double stack some stuff. Like you can actually put the 100%. Actually, yes, because you can do back-to-back sleep turns. But I'm pretty sure you cannot double stack this. But we can check right now. And this is just going to be a quick check. Whether the sleep and the defense down are different icons or if this is directly tied to this. Okay, Slick Servant, Warner. Yep. Wait, Van Gogh is next. Oh boy. Oh boy, Van Gogh is next. Literally one of those, like, if Oberon was not in this part, Van Gogh actually might have gotten her own tier. But again, these extra class are so good that's not gonna happen. Okay, so sleep. Okay, so 2 different icons. Oh wait, Abigail does not have a pen, so this is not gonna work. All right, so sleep. Okay, so the sleep does not stack, but the defense down does. So keep that in mind with Summer Abigail if you do plan on using her. You can double stack this, but I don't think it's very practical. Especially because you're using Vitch batteries, so you are actively wasting... You're actively wasting charge in that case, but I just wanted to show proof of concept. Third skill, 50% battery. Debuff success rate up 30%, just like Cosra drop. Buster res down 30%. I want this to be targeted. This can stay on being just for Abigail, but this make it AoE and then Buster farming now instead of like for servants that have very low amounts of MP damage, like especially the servants that can't use Black Rail, and have a lot more power mods. Characters like Ivan, even though Ivan has like a lot of MP damage. Never mind. But yeah, characters that don't have MP damage in their kit, and your CE doesn't have MP damage. Oberon is only gonna double his own MP damage, which still is 60. But if you are very heavy in power mods, you're much more gonna want to prefer MP defense down, because that will affect their damage more than getting an MP damage buff. But again, these are only for one attack, so this is for big burst damage. It is not meant for CQ, and you carry this over. This is going to be used up very, very quickly. Passives, 12% debuff res, 8% buster, 9% buster, sorry, Divinity for Tickle. As a support, probably this. More DPS, you're going to want this. And Crit Servant, this. NP removes all enemies' debuff, defensive buffs, and defense down 20%. In her own kit, she has 90% defense down, and if you add in overcharge, you can get to 100. However, you're never gonna get this. The second you MP, you're trading 50% defense down for a lower amount. So that's kind of her flaws as a DPS. As a support or sub DPS, I do like the potential, but she's just not there yet. This character has like, please Lasagna, make this character into a support. Please turn her into a support or a sub DPS, and she will be so much better. The same reason Constantine is now really good for setups is why you'd want Abigail to get buffed like this. Except for Abigail, because it's a targeted 50 battery, she'll be usable with other servants that have 50 batteries, like Cuckoo. I'm not saying to replace Abigail with Cuckoo. Absolutely not. Cuckoo gets, what, like 60% from herself, and then another 30 from Oberon, so that's 180% MP damage that gets buffed by Oberon when she's not even using Black Rail. So her Black Rail damage, if you use Summer Kuro, is fucking disgusting. You are not replacing that with Abigail, Summer Abigail. But for characters like Drake, Drake also has a lot of MP damage. But characters that don't have MP damage but have 50% battery, they might like Abigail more. It also depends if they have defense down, because defense down, the more you have of it, the better your damage. Or at least like all the way up to 100. That's how it works in Honkai, and from what I remember in the formula, it works the same way in FGO. Res resistance is different in Honkai and FGO for the damage formula, but I'm pretty sure defense down is not. I think they're pretty consistent in how they work. Passives, already talked about this. Yeah. Bouncy, 30% MP damage and debuff immunity for 3 times. For me, she's just in this weird midpoint of being a DPS and a support. And I really wish they kind of would just make the decision whether they want her to be a DPS or a support. Because right now, she's Jack of all trades, master of none. My opinion on that. If I could, I honestly would give you another tier Van Gogh. This character did not need a fucking buff. Can I please get what they're smoking over at Lasagna? Whoever thought Van Gogh needed a buff, they cooked. They fucking cooked. Do I think it was appropriate that Van Gogh got a buff at that time? Yes. It was very appropriate, and there was lead up to Van Gogh having that event and getting a buff. Still, you have other foreigners like Quiet Dark that could probably use the buff, even though Plushy no, I'll talk about that when it's time. I'll talk about Plushy finally ending that anime season. I'm gonna miss it this year. That was a good meme for 2024. All right, Van Gogh. The existence outside the domain buffer. For pretty much any servant that has this trait, their best support for crit damage is going to be Van Gogh. Not their best support, period, but if you plan on using that servant for any kind of crit, you need Van Gogh. Van Gogh improves existence outside the domain so stupidly that literally bringing almost any other support, including Domin, for Chaotic Evil is superfluous. If you're bringing Domin, it is because you do not give a fuck about card buffs and you are going all in crit damage and attack. And you're expecting more buffs to cycle in or something. What's up, Yusuke? Yeah. Van Gogh, if you have two of them, it is very, very dumb, and enemies just straight up die. Base attack 11.2k. Trust me, this is not a problem that it's lower than average. In Van Gogh's case, most of the time, she's significantly higher and might have more attack than other DPSs. HP, 15k flat. She did need this level of HP, and honestly, I will take more HP over slightly lower base attack for Van Gogh's case, because part of the kit is stalling, staying alive through DOT, and then the amount of attack buffs you can have with Van Gogh, it gets really dumb. So this, even if it's not like 13k, they weren't going to give Van Gogh as many attack buffs as they have, and be as good a support if her attack was higher. They would have tried to balance the support buffs around Van Gogh herself, not who she was buffing. MP charge, 0.76%, 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 4 hit on buster, 5 hit extra attack. MP quick, and you are refunding a lot before the buff. Now, with the buff, MP quick, I'm pretty sure you get back your whole MP and you're spamming again. So Van Gogh not only got a buff as a support, but more specifically as a DPS, being able to spam double Van Gogh herself. Like, double Van Gogh is your strategy, and you're bringing in Domin for Chaotic Evil, Scotty for quick buffs, you name it. Van Gogh as the DPS just has more options. It's like people use Oberon as the farmer. In that case, I have more issues with it because Oberon is a farming support, so him doing farming means they're using more supports to get farming done. Van Gogh is a support, but has such good buffs and gets all the buffs herself that she might as well be a support DPS as well. Like, usually the case is that a support is a support, and you use other DPS, like use another DPS to get the buffs. Not with Van Gogh. Not with how well her kit just flows together and how good her gain is. Van Gogh would be better. No, it would not, because that would affect refund. MP, because you get Art's lead, like you get more refund off the quick cards, and also you make so many stars. Why do you want higher star gen and like 20 stars flat if you're just gonna get more stars per turn? Like if you had a character like Cuckoo that was eating the stars, yes, I agree with that. But that's not who runs with Van Gogh. You can't use Cuckoo. So the extra stars are just wasted. Van Gogh having a quick MP doesn't change that much. Like, quick Brave Chains aren't that good, especially with MPs. Not when star gen is not an issue. Like, the reason the quick chain got the 20 stars was because a lot of older quick servants had really shitty quick cards, so they needed that star bomb. Van Gogh does not need the help genning stars. First skill, Guts, 1 time 5 turns, puts 3 curses on herself before activating this last part. Every stack of curse Van Gogh has 10% battery. So, double Van Gogh, all you need, one of the Van Goghs need to be MP2 and have mana loading. Otherwise, you're not going to have enough outside charge to actually be able to pop MPs without relying on other supports. Also, this is kind of where, like, because double Van Gogh, you probably would have a Doman in there, and then you plug Suit out for a different support. Probably Ruler Scotty for the AoE quick buffs. But yeah, the more stacks of curse you have, the bigger the battery. This can easily go up to 100% battery, and if you have higher than MP1, you can easily get to like higher stacks of the overcharge, which is more attack buff. Not the best scaling on it, but are you gonna say no to more attack? Yeah, exactly. It's the same with Super Ryan, although Super Ryan is not probably doing a mighty. He honestly probably would benefit more from doing a mighty chain than Super Ryan specifically than Arts, Buster Arts, or though you probably do Buster Arts, MP Arts. Yeah, no, Super Ryan, like, Van Gogh is very similar to Super Ryan, but Super Ryan is a DPS first and foremost. Van Gogh is a support first and foremost. Second skill, 150% chance to inflict defense down to all enemies. This 150% chance is to basically fight off all forms of magic resist and make it so a servant needs to be buffed with debuff resistance in order to resist this. Like, even the ones with Goddess Essence, they're gonna need like heavy debuff resistance to ignore this part. Unfortunately, the quick res down does not have that same level of success. So if they fight off this, or if they don't fight off this, they have a good chance of fighting off this. Harp of Healing effect, 1 attack, 3 turn dodge for the party. Healing 300 per turn for 5 turns, and inflicts curse to everyone in the party. Yeah. It is why, like, double Van Gogh, you can get away without needing like a Doman to put another curse on, because to the party with this skill with 2 Van Goghs, you have 6 curses that you can spread between both of them, so 60 battery. And then they have their own guts that also gives them another 30. So the first Van Gogh is only going to get 90, which is why you either need mana loading, or you have a second. The other Van Gogh is MP2 with mana loading. And then the weaker Van Gogh will pop their battery, get all the curses, and have I believe 120 curses, 120% battery from all the curses. You'll have 12 very low damage curses as well. Like each one of these is 100 damage. You heal up 300, but it's not like they're taking Doman's 3,000 per turn. Also, your healing will be doubled because you have 2 Van Goghs. So you'll be spreading the curses out and you'll be using them up, so you're not even going to be taking that much damage from them in best condition. Third skill is what got buffed, and this is really, really, really stupid. Targeted 30% attack buff, star weight 600% for 3 turns, and an on attack buff for Van Gogh. Every time you use your quick card, you remove a curse debuff on Van Gogh, and you increase Van Gogh's attack by 10% for 3 turns. Also, this skill absorbs all the curses on the field, on the enemies, and on your party. Why it's on the enemies? Because Doman and like Jacques de Molay put curses on the enemies, especially after they MP. So you're able to suck up all the curses, focus it on a character that cannot die to curses, and you're using all those curses to buff up Van Gogh specifically, which, again, why you would want this part more for Van Gogh. Like, this is the issue with using 2 Van Goghs. Basically, one of them is not going to be able to get this effect, but at the same time, that other Van Gogh isn't the DPS and shouldn't be hitting their quick cards that often, unless you're trying to get even more pops of Van Gogh's MP. Passives: 10% debuff res, 6% buster performance, 7.5% debuff success rate, so slightly fights off very low levels of debuff res, but this isn't gonna make it 100% for most servants, just the ones that are don't have magic resist, so they were already probably gonna get debuffed. And then this passive, you will never die from curse damage. Any other DOT, yeah, but curse, no matter how much damage it's gonna do, you will never die to it. But this will keep your HP very low. It's not you don't take damage from curses, it's you don't die. So as long as you don't flood the field with like Doman's curses of like 3,000 and you put all of them on Van Gogh, Van Gogh will still get very low HP, and all it takes is someone to breathe on them and Van Gogh's dead. So, Van Gogh as the DPS. You're probably going to want this because you're doing a lot of Brave Chains. This will definitely help the extra attack, but it's not a priority, especially if Van Gogh is not the DPS. This is the priority, and this is more for fun. This isn't nothing, though, because if you do use Van Gogh as the DPS against the caster boss, you hit break bar easily. So a Merlin would be nice on the field with Van Gogh. She's the DPS. Probably not, because of the buster buff, and the crit damage is only 1 turn. Like, Van Gogh only has 1 buster card. And it's also Merlin trying to get to his MP without arts chaining. Van Gogh is very unlikely to even hit her own arts card unless it's just like you don't have other options. You're probably hitting the quick card more than your arts card. So Merlin, not as good, although he does provide a good amount of crit damage. But again, Van Gogh is going to cap out on crit damage super, super easily. Especially if you have 2 of them. If you have 2 of them, you're not going to use Merlin. You're going to like opt for more damage. Less sustain. Alright. MP, Dysterenok. 500% chance to inflict terror with a 60% activation chance. So no matter what kind of magic resist they have, unless they have debuff immunity, they are getting hit with this terror. Party crit damage up 50%, scales all the way to 100. Mine's at MP2, so this 25% crit damage, very, very nice for me. If your allies have existence outside the domain, it is an extra 100%. When you're doing double Van Gogh, you do not need to worry about spamming your MP literally every turn. You are going to hit the crit cap if you pop Van Gogh's MP more than 2 times. You are going to hit that cap. In which case, you're popping your... In which case, the Van Gogh NP spam is purely for terror spam, not for trying to get more crit damage. Also, you'll be getting 10 stars per turn, so you want around 2 of these effects going on at once. If you can keep 3 up at a time, cool, but that is a lot more effort than it's probably worth. 20 stars per turn from Van Gogh's MP, along with another 4 from both their passives, you already make 24 stars, and that's not even counting any kind of quick cards you use. Probably going to be using a lot of quick cards because those things are going to get roided the fuck out. You're going to make a lot of stars, and you're going to crit very hard, especially if you even bring Caster Scotty in here. Yeah, honestly, if you plan on using Van Gogh as the DPS, you shouldn't be using Ruler Scotty unless it's for multi-core, like Van Gogh is also doing damage, and then a different foreigner is going to come in and somehow... Yeah, no. For Van Gogh as the DPS, you're using Caster Scotty, not Ruler. I take it back. Khazra drop is also an option. Yeah, actually, I would prefer Khazra drop now. Because you're going to cap out on crit damage, Caster Scotty's quick crit up is going to lose value depending on how many MP pops you do. Especially if you are using like a MP5 Van Gogh, you're going to hit that crit cap very quickly because this plus this, and then another 50... Yeah, like that is already 350% crit damage. If you're bringing Dome in, that's another 100%. Yeah, no to even Scotty. I would opt for Khazra drop. You just have way too much crit damage at that point. And yeah, and that's where Khazra drop's value is gonna shine, because also Khazra drop can swap to another class too to help out with damage as well. A lot, like, also Van Gogh doesn't have defense down, so yeah, no, I'd take everything back about trying to put Scotty in here. Khazra drop is just gonna help more because quick res down is quick up for the whole party. Caster Scotty is only gonna buff up Van Gogh, while you do have the option for your other Van Gogh to also be doing the same amount of crit damage, or yeah. So, again, Pog for a Khazra drop. She actually buffs up Van Gogh and gives her buffs that she did not have normally. Obviously, you can't do double Khazra drop and double Van Gogh, but that just would be, like, really, really fucking funny. But the MP management for that would just be a nightmare anyway. Bonzi, 8%, 8 stars per turn. Party crit damage up 15% while she's on the field. Not the best CE, but this does also bump up how many stars per turn you make without including... Yeah, so double Van Gogh and both of them running the CE. Before you do any kind of carding, you have 42 stars on the fucking field. I would be more surprised if you're not critting every single time and having such good uptime on like everything, because at that point whether you have card buffs or not, you're still critting every time you use a quicker arts card. So it starts to not matter, but if you throw Khazra drop in there, then those quick crits and arts crits are actually getting card buffs. So yeah, Van Gogh has absurd potential both as a DPS and as a support, and honestly makes characters like Hazard Drop more value because for again, she is going to be buffing up another foreigner half the time if she's not going to be the DPS herself. But she's still going. It's not like when she's a support, she doesn't get the effects of her MP. She still gets the effects from her MP too. Yeah. That's Van Gogh. She is. I would. Besides Oberon, out of all of these characters on this list, the closest to account changing are without a doubt Van Gogh and Oberon. Drop and Doman are the next closest. But these two and then these two are like definite hierarchy. Only reason they're not getting their own tier is because I don't have like a must summon tier, or an account changing tier. That might be something I looked into next year. Like have EX, but have like a rank above it that says that is specifically saying like if this character shows up, you should be trying to get them. Yeah, like I think that will also eliminate the bloat up on EX if I actually do make the must summon tier. But that is going to be few and far between. That is mostly for extra class. When I'm comparing 3 classes, this one 4 at once, having a must summon tier kind of is a requirement. Okay, I need to turn off the heat because I'm in like shorts and starting to sweat. Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. I left this on the floor and now the tool for my vapes is fucking bent. Yeah. My chair plus my weight is things are gonna get bent. Like, it is what it is. Too much worse. I did not think the metal was this weak that it's gonna bend like this. It's supposed to be straight, and this. I don't know. Maybe use a hammer. No, I'll probably just get a new one of these in the future or something. Okay. We are down to 8 characters left. 6 foreigners. Chat, this is one of my favorite characters gameplay-wise. Flat out. I have used this character so goddamn much. This is the only character on JP I have MP5. And pretty much this is going to be the first character I probably get to 120. This character at level 60 was carrying me through part 1's campaign. At level 60, I was using this character in what is it? Camelot. And this character was just actively just so fucking good for it. As a new player, I was so happy to get this character. In addition, Pure Prisms weren't in the game at the time. So that's the reason she was stuck at 60, and she was still helping me clear like all the way up until I could actually go farm her Ascension mats. And or is it 70? No, it was 70 out of, yeah, it was 70 out of 70 she was stuck at, because this is unique to Epics of Remnant. So without Pure Prisms, you literally could not get Jocks higher than this without clearing part 1. I like this character's gameplay just so fucking much, but I am definitely biased on this too, because it was at the point in the game where I was still very much learning. When I started JP, it was only 4 months after I started NA. So there's no way I was actually having mechanics down pat, had good team building, had good supports, like all that. This account was definitely missing at the time. Like, didn't even have Scotty when I got her, because Scotty's rate up was like 2 months after. But over time, this character was very similar to Voyager, except there was definitely things lacking in her kit, but she was able to do some DOT stuff. Only memes, though, because right now DOT is a meme, and Honkai, it just doesn't ramp up fast enough. If more characters like Baba and She comes out, then it will be more legit. Like, we also have, we did get a bunch of DOT characters that came out, specifically Arts DOT that works better with Tai Sui. But yeah, quick as a DOT, it kind of just doesn't really work because Quick is not spamming MPs like that. Like Tai Sui. Like Tai Sui DOT is fucking next level compared to like what Quick can do. But Quick has the good crit damage, and since she is existence outside the domain, Van Gogh synergy, especially because she's not chaotic evil, so she doesn't get full Domin synergy. Base attack 10.8k, definitely on the lower side. MP charge, however, 0.78. I really fucking noticed this gain. Her face cards just give her so much more refund than you would expect. Her quick cards are awesome, and just work with her higher Sergeant. I'm not bullshitting. Jacques Dumoulin is the reason I like Foreigners as much as I do. This was like me as a new player getting such a solid fucking character that even without buffs, she was still really doing her job, and she just kind of works with other supports, but obviously other supports aren't going to be the best for her. Yeah, 5 hit on Quick, 3 hit on Arts, 4 hit on Buster, 5 hit extra attack. Solid base stats. The only thing that the extra attack is going to be lacking is going to be damage, but is what it is. First skill, 20% attack, 30% crit damage for 3 turns. This is straight up better than Ishtar's Charisma by a metric fuck ton. Not just the crit damage, you also give an AoE 20 battery to the party, and you turn all the servants in the party to evil. So if you are running with, if you want to use Jacques de Molay as an esports unit specifically to turn your chaotic allies evil, if they're like chaotic good, to give them full domain synergy, hey, all you really need is like esports Jacques de Molay at level 1 if all you care about is the evil alignment. Is that a really good use of your resources? No, it is not. But hey, all 4 of these effects are still more than most servants give for esports. Let's be completely honest. A lot of the time, esports units are just giving attack, defense down, or MP damage, and then are being expected to die. This is significantly more and can lead to more setups, but it also heavily depends on your account. If you don't have Domin, the reason for this synergy is gone. So like Domin is a necessity for this part. But that's not the reason she even makes allies evil. She gives allies with the evil alignment a invo for 1 attack, 1 turn, and this can literally save your whole team from getting hit by an MP. But again, it's only 1 attack, 1 turn, and this is also a 30 battery on Jacques. So big problem if you, for loop farming or even starting off in a CQ, that you do have to such a big battery, and one that works with the block charges is tied to this. Like, you cannot do this turn 1 without popping the skill unless you know all your allies are evil. Especially if you're like, you say you break the bar on turn 1 and the enemy immediately MPs. That happens so fucking often. And if it's on the second break bar, not the first, you are going to be out of block because you're probably going to pop this turn 1. Third skill got buffed, and honestly, this was what I thought needed to happen first before they buffed her MP. Jacques has a power mod against Curse, but not super effective. Now, do I want Jacques to have super effective on her MP? Absolutely, for Curse. If they gave her Bob on Cheese buff, oh my fucking god. But they're not going to do that because it's... Actually, they might. I actually want to say they might because of how easy it is to stack up Curse with Jacques de Molay. Like, she can do it more than Babanchi, so I wouldn't be surprised if the amount of super effective you got per stack was lower, but you're also able to hit the same, like, ceiling as her. It's just gonna require a lot more because in a full crit chain, you can put 4 curses on in 1 turn. So even if per curse it was 5% and it caps out at if it's 5% each and it caps out at 50%, you got 20% in that 1 turn per curse stack. But yeah, allowing Jacques to put curse on before she attacks means that not only do all her cards basically have 50% buster crit damage, or no, sorry, not buster crit, 50% crit damage whether you're critting or not. It also affects the MP because you have a quick MP and an AoE. You might like buster card, like if you want to do a mighty chain, lead with buster, MP art, and then every single part of Jacques' chain is getting the super effective. I mean, not super effective, power mod. Yeah. Sorry, got confused because I am talking about super effectives in here. 10% debuff res, 10% arts, divinity for tickle, 20 battery for multi-core and or farming. It depends on your supports. This, if you're doing more sustained stuff. Anti-saber, this is because of the other version of Jacques de Molay from arcade. Since most of the time you would be using Van Gogh, I would ignore this like the plague for a lot of foreigners. Just because this is going to experience severe diminishing returns for how much crit damage Van Gogh is going to give you. Like 30% is a good amount, but it's not compared to the 150% one Van Gogh MP is going to do. MP Vendredi 13. Love this MP too. Like for the animation. Damage to all enemies. Inflicts curse to them that lasts for 5 turns. Gives them evil curse for 5 turns, so you amp it. And MP damage ramp up base 20 all the way to 40, and this lasts for 3 turns. So inherently, Jacques is a better main DPS than Voyager, which is why they have been more hesitant in buffing Jacques de Molay's MP. Because Jacques does make her own niche, and again, is only going to be stopped by full-on debuff immune. And also, unfortunately, when she came out, the only pretender she would have gotten full class advantage in an actual fight is Oberon for his Ascension. And remember, Oberon cannot be cursed. So Jacques is a fucking wet noodle against one of the pretenders. Like an actual wet noodle. Oh my god, it is a big part of the reason why I fucking hate that fight. That actually made one of my favorite characters, like, fucking useless. And that's going besides the mechanics of that actual fight, because it's still fucking horrendous. Bond CE power mod for the entire party, while for enemies that are inflicted with curse. Honestly, out of all the power mods, this is one of the easiest ones to actually enable. I know other characters have this same Bond CE, but Jacques de Molay has very little problems actually spreading curses out, like throughout the battle. So like even if the enemy is cleansing a lot, like Jacques is still gonna put more curses on them. And also, because she is a crit servant, she is less reliant on higher copies. But still, gotta be honest, Yang Guifei kind of does the DOT a lot better. And Jacques, it's like a hard toss of who's affected more by debuff immune, Jacques or Yang Guifei, or like dot immune. Yeah, it's like full debuff immunity usually has a restriction. Cursed immunity fucks her over. The same with burn immunity. But it's like Yang is also a single target, so even if she's not getting the burn, she still would be doing more damage against debuff immune than Jacques would be doing. But it's a lot harder to say that if Van Gogh is in the picture, because then Jacques de Molay is only a power mod, which is the equivalent to crit damage. Actually, no. Okay, so let me take this back. Jacques de Molay is impacted far less from debuff immunity than Yang Guifei, because Yang Guifei, if the enemy is debuff immune, no defense down, and their super effective isn't going to work. For Jacques, it's only the power mod. Jacques actually does have a lot of self buffs, and not as much debuffs. I don't know. I'm kind of... Yeah, like, the MP doing noodle damage is just, like, MP doing noodle damage at that point. And she mostly just becomes a crit servant, which is what I usually prefer. Nah, no. A+. A+. I don't know why the immediate comparison was to Yang Guifei. Yeah, no, the issue is, like, this is actually, it's not even, yeah, I don't even know why I brought up Yang Guifei. I should have been talking about Voyager. Like, which one do I actually think is better, Van Gogh or Voyager? Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, right, the debuff part. The debuff part is why I brought up Yang Guifei. Yeah, I shouldn't have been comparing Van Gogh to Yang Guifei at all. They're two completely different things. They just happen to both involve DOT. The better question is Voyager versus Jacques de Molay. I feel you're more likely to actually be doing loot farming with actually doing farming with Voyager. So the MP1 is more impactful, but I mostly was using Jock and CQs, and her MP doing noodle damage. It kind of just was like kill the other enemies, and I worry about the big boy. Well, yeah. Yeah, Van Gogh, unironically, is less worried about her MP, even though she has MP damage ramp up, than Voyager, who is trying to battery other characters too. This I know is gonna rub people the wrong way. So if you want to swap these two around, it really is just like a personal preference. I am so admitting the heavy bias on this for how long I've used Jacques and at literally every single different level of power for her. Yeah. If you want to call bias on this one, I'm fine with that. I'm not going to defend Jock's placement as much as I would another character, just because I do have too much of a bias. This is like one of my favorite characters. And I kind of wanted her to just be an A, just for me to say that I really like this character, but I don't want the bias to show. But if Jacques is not dealing with Curse, it's only 50% power mod, and again, that is almost nothing when you have double Van Gogh. Yeah. Koyan Dark. I really use this character in farming, but again, I will be honest, Arquid and Tonalico, or whoever you want to use in place of Tonalico, or no, in place of Arquid, because you would probably use yes, no, you're gonna use Tonalico with Koyan Dark more than you're gonna use Arquid with Koyan Dark. It's just like how my account worked. Like all three of them just work pretty fucking well together. But Koyan Dark has very specific synergy with Tonalico. So yeah, like she's no cuckoo. I'm not rating her on buster farming. This is for multi-core only. This is not the Koyanskaya that I prefer. This one, when you read this, you need to be watching the video to see how her face looks. If you see someone... Okay, this isn't the official artwork, but you guys all know this scene from Naruto. If someone looks at... Oh, here it is. If someone is looking at you with this face when they are talking about sex, I would be running for the fucking hills. Because I fear for what trauma I'm going to go through. I forgot where I saw this. I think it was Xnaya. But he showed Koyanskaya's face for this. And she... And this part, she is making that exact face. This Koyanskaya treats humans or everything else as a pet. I don't want to know what's going to happen to my balls if I ever fall into that honey trap. I'm probably not going to survive. I don't need a collar around my neck. Or down there. You know she is going to do that. You are her pet. Base attack, 11.2k attack, HP 14.7k. I made my other alt account based on this foreigner. And this also before Koyan Dark or Tonelico and Arcwood even came out. Was she a little more underwhelming back then? Yes. She definitely was a lot more underwhelming. But with a Pens, she got better as a DPS, or a Pen 5, she got better as a DPS. But the second really Tonelico came out, that's when this character's value went up. I want to say if it wasn't for Tonelico, she probably actually would be here on B and it's more because there were less multi-core supports out there than Koyan Dark being bad. It was more characters didn't work fully with her unless you were using characters with higher MP copies, thus higher investment. MP charge 0.67%. Like decent gains on these. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit on extra attack. Chaotic evil for Doman synergy. Animal characteristics for bond bonus. And she is indeed a crit DPS. First skill, AoE 30%. That by itself is usually good. An AoE card buff being 30% instead of 20, good starting point. The real kicker is the AoE 30 battery. I've said in previous lists, and maybe even this one, that the best multi-core servants have AoE 30 batteries because it makes other servants just work better. They just need mana loading and then 50 charge, whether that's coming from the DPS themselves or other supports. At 50, you have way more supports able to help out that character than 30. Because with 30, most of those characters also have 50. Like, bring up Castoria. If you use the AoE 30, you only have another 20 and you're still short. And would have to run, like, if this was a lotto, you'd be running, like, an un-MLB 30% charge. So, yeah, like, because of this, it makes it possible for units that do multi-core stuff, like the way I use Arcwood, Tonelico, and Koyan Dark. It makes that kind of farming possible. And honestly, like, for me, I appreciate it more because that means I don't have to use Koyan Light to get this character to farm. Those characters, all 3 of them working together, can kind of bond farm for themselves and take your backline and also charge them and not really care about what CEs you use. All of your DPSs that are clearing, all they need is like raw attack. If you want to give them more damage, you can, but they can kind of work with the bond CEs that give you like 2,000 attack and like other bonus, like bond bonus. Like you can easily get away with using them. In fact, like the animal characteristic CE is all attack. So yeah, just thought I'd mention it from my own experience. This is the synergy with Tonelico. Overcharge when allies MP to stage 1 time. This makes it so Tonelico is able to go immediately after she MPs to using her big 50 AoE battery. Again, that's part of the reason Tonelico is like one of the best multi-core, because she doesn't even stop at AoE 30. She goes all the way to AoE 50, while also having another 50 battery for herself. All right. Another on-attack buff, though, that she gives to the targeted ally. Every time they use a buster card, you get 5 stars, and it is only when normal attacking, just like Koyan Light does, not when you're MPing. Unfortunate. Would be nice if the MP could just gen 5 stars for no reason. Last part of the skill, 30% attack and defense for animal characteristics allies. She herself gets this. But using Arcwood and Tonelico, neither one of them are animal characteristics. I'm pretty sure Arcwood doesn't even have the bunny. Does the bunny stuff like Alco does, even though definitely there has been more than enough time for them to do a meme like that somewhere in Type Moon. Kona Ace. I don't. There are so many properties for Type Moon. I don't even know where to begin on that. Third skill. 50% crit damage. Ignores invincibility for 3 turns. This is really like all you really care about is this part of the skill. All this stuff is just butter, and it's not for inflicting DOT. This is for enabling any like DOT niche. So if you're using something like Honey Lake, it is superfluous with Koi and Dark because she does have this invul. But as a sub DPS, if you're using her with characters like, say, Babanshi, who now has ramp up for her SE based on the amount of curse on the field, you are going to help her spam up her MP a lot more if Koyan has to attack, whether that's from the MP or whatever. That is just an example. I'm not saying use Babanshi with Koyan Dark. They have very low synergy, like really low synergy. But this doesn't future-proof Koyan Dark, but it's just like a nice little cherry on top that if you use Niche Enabler... Oh, also, build up stacks for Van Gogh. These are very low curse ticks that, again, existence outside the domain. If Van Gogh wants to do the suck, you are going to give Van Gogh a lot more curse to work with for both clearing it with her third skill and also giving her a bigger battery. But you do have to attack first. Also puts all 3 of the dot amps on, but these are so low, it's only 100% for them. And lately we have been seeing like 200 and 300% for dot amps. Yeah. Passives, 6% bond debuff res along with the 2 stars. NFF service, power mod against wild beasts, 5% arts and debuff success rate up 10%. Nega self, 20% chance to inflict buff block, and this does get upped by her own passive, to wild beast enemies when you attack. So randomly, you just put buff block on some servants. No, not servants, enemies. However, this does come up a lot in like random enemies. Also, Kamazotz is here, so you can fucking just buff block him during the fight. I forget. It's been a while since I did the Kamazotz fight, and unfortunately, I didn't do the super recollections last month. Lotto plus raid equals me not caring much about much of the game state at the time. That is like truly when I start checking out mentally. But she herself counts as a wild beast. So her fighting herself, she is going to buff block herself. And it's not just going dark, it is also Beast 6. Unfortunately, the only way to fight Beast 6 right now is to go through Tunguska, the main interlude. So practicality, not here. But this is just funny for it to happen randomly. You just buff block them, and it is the ultimate fuck you to them. This is her stepping on someone's balls. Like randomly, she just steps on your balls, and you can't just do shit. And she's gonna sit down and laugh in that same. Hold up. Cute. Kaguya. Yeah, like Koyan Dark, while she's stepping on your balls, is just gonna look at you and say how cute to this little pet she's training. For farming, if you want to do single core farming, you need this. Otherwise, her turn 2 damage, not great. And this is just to make farming easier, whether you're doing single core or multi-core. Huge caveat, you should not be using this character for buster farming. Not when there is such a better option. The better option can do multi-core, but is nowhere near as good as Koyan Dark. Even a targeted 50 battery is nowhere near as good as an AoE 30 in terms of multi-core. That is a literal fact, just because of how the battery situation works in multi-core. Like, Koyan Dark is a Buster Servant that is not requiring Vich Light to work, and Vich Light is a very selfish buffer that provides no party utility and is only buffing one unit per skill pop. So you could spread it out, but you're probably not going to. That's not how the Buster system really works. MP, 5-hit AoE Buster, 20% attack buff before damage, removes all offensive buffs. Doesn't matter if this happens before or after damage, because the enemy can't hit you during your turn unless you are fighting Bazette. And it still activates during the turn, so even if you are fighting Bazette, you are going to rip all of her offensive buffs off, and that's going to be really, really funny. I actually unironically... Oh, wait. Okay, hold that thought. You would not be using Koyan Dark to fight Bazette. God fucking no, because whether or not Bazette has buffs at that point, all it takes is one counter, and Koyan Dark is going to go down very, very quickly. 20% Buster Res down. Would be better if this happened after damage. Would help Koyan Dark a lot. But, again, probably not. This is a card buff for your party. Lasts for 3 turns. Doesn't really apply in farming, but definitely in CQs and multi-core, especially if your both their DPSs are going to MP that turn. You just lead with Koyan Dark, so the Buster Res down can help out if you're doing Buster multi-core instead of like mixing and matching and adding in like an Arts DPS. Super effective against Earth attribute. It really sucks that she has this, and it's because of who her main comparison is for a lot of people. Koyan Dark is not a single core Buster farmer. Also, Bond CE 10% Buster, and if you're running with animal characteristics, another 10% attack. If you're using the other Bond CE, this is free attack for whoever is being run with Koyan Dark. If it is an animal characteristic multi-core team. It always depends on the party how good the C is. This character is not a single core farmer. Her single core farming is actually fucking pathetic. It is really, really, really fucking bad if you try to use her for single core farming. 180,000 sounds good on paper, but you also have to remember Koyan Dark is a foreigner. Most of the time, she's hitting neutral. So 180,000 neutral is only equal to 90,000 neutral. If that standard knight class is going to be hitting the correct class advantage, which for 7 knights you really should be matching to the appropriate class. You shouldn't be using neutral if you can help it. Koyan Dark is almost always going to be neutral. So this damage being as low as it is just hurts her as a single core farmer. Especially when her comparison is doing almost double the damage, and this just gets a lot higher. So, Koyan Dark is solid at A. I don't think she's that bad of a servant. Do I think she needs a buff? Absolutely. Are they going to buff her? Well, Plushie gave up. Plushie gave up. He gave up on one of the funniest things on YouTube that was like drama less. Like there was very little. Oh, he's right here. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. If you watch Plushie a lot, he shit talks Koyan Dark so fucking much. But it's only because Cuckoo exists. If Cuckoo did not exist, Koyan Dark would not be getting nearly as much shit as she does. But unfortunately, this character does exist, and she's coming out on NA in about 2 weeks. So obviously we're going to talk about this. Cuckoo. I am going to try to avoid any Lostbelt 7 spoilers. This is the epitome of Buster farming. She is the epitome. There is no character that benefits from Buster farming as much as Cuckoo. She is designed with Double Vitch Overrun completely in mind and expected to be used with her. She has no fucking enemies, and her damage is so goddamn close. Using 50%, she is almost touching the same damage that Melisande does with Black Rail. Sorry, right here. She is short. She is she does 10% less damage neutral than Melisande does with Black Rail. Why is this important? Because Cuckoo can use Black Rail, but your party cost goes way up. So her damage ceiling is a lot higher than people even give her credit for. The issue is just party cost. You are not bond point farming with Cuckoo or any 50% charger using Black Rail with Summer Kuro. Whoever's in the party is who you're bond farming. Everything and everyone in your party is just there to squeak out as much as you can, because party cost for that is ridiculously high. The damage, though, is just as high to compensate. So, base attack 12.5k. We are pushing Avenger numbers off rip. HP lower 13.3k. MP charge 0.78% on 4-hit quick, 3-hit arts, 3-hit buster, 5-hit extra attack. This again makes sense, but most of the time, Cuckoo, red till you're dead, unless you're doing a mighty chain. First skill, and the most important thing you need to know about Cuckoo, you can upgrade her skills for the cost of stars. At base, this is a 20% charisma and party crit attack chance down, or resistance of 30%. 30% crit attack chance resistance. Your team is probably not getting crit while this is active. If you can choose to consume 10 stars, you get another 30% attack. And remember, Cuckoo is a buster servant, and Koyanskaya, her skill 2, gives her 20 stars. So you have literally 2 of these skills upgraded basically for free as long as Koyan Dark is in the party. Second skill, targeted 50% battery, although in buster farming, you're probably just using this on Cuckoo. And that's just it. It is just a 50 battery. If you want to spend more stars, you can give that character evasion and ignore evasion for 3 turns. This actually is very important because of one of Cuckoo's passives. It makes it so Cuckoo actually can, this plus her getting involved in the turn, she is not taking any damage. She is not going to be able to be damaged, even with someone like Hakuno with the Solemn Defense Pierce. Because of this part of the skill, it makes it so Cuckoo's still not taking damage, because the dodge is going to take the hit, not Cuckoo. Third skill, Invul for 1 turn, although this is not going to be an Invul in-game. 30% buster, 50% crit damage, and if you consume 10 stars, 30% MP damage. So let's go over this again, but consider how it is when you double it, because this character is designed for Koyan Dark. 100% attack for herself, 40 for the party. 60% buster, 100% crit damage, and another 60% MP damage. All of these things multiply into each other and just make Cuckoo fucking devastating. Like, she has no, like, Same offensive buffs Koyan Dark has. She literally has them. The 30% attack, 30% buster, 50% crit damage, and she also has MP damage on top of it. It's not a case with Koyan Dark that Cuckoo like just has a better kit. She literally has she has Koyan Dark's offensive capabilities plus more. That's what makes it like why Plushie got so fucking bent out of shape when it came to the coughing baby versus the tactical nuke. It's like if you have the choice between the two, you're going to choose the one that is just does more damage and doesn't have like bullshit in the kit like the DOT. I'm not saying like the DOT is a bad thing for Koyan Dark in multicore, but it is actively useless in single core farming. They're not going to be able to ramp up enough DOT in single core farming for it to even fucking matter. If you're that concerned about DOT killing the enemy, you need to just level your character up from 90 to 92, and you're probably not going to have that issue. This character for a Buster Farmer is absolutely broken. If you get higher copies, everything scales more. If you level her beyond up to 100, everything just scales higher. More than other characters for how many different buff types she has. And we're still not fucking done talking about how much more damage she can pump out. Party-wide debuff success rate while she's on the field. Awesome. This passive, I might have opened it in like her reviews. I'm not going to do it this one. You know. But any invo she has is going to turn into solemn defense. So that's hit-based invo and turn-based. I believe that if you have an invo that's stackable with other invos, both of them, you could have multiple counts of this. But if you are like given anti-purge from like Castoria, I don't think it's actually stacks with an invul being turned into solemn defense. Again, if it doesn't say they stack, they don't stack. And this converts invul to solemn defense immediately. So you're not gonna run Cuckoo with Castoria anyway. Maybe Berserker that. But yes, but no, because then you're missing out on having Oberon buff Cuckoo even more. A Pen 5 lets you pop this skill on turn 2. So you double stack this a lot sooner. That's pretty much all it really does. If you want to do Black Rail looping too, you need this. More so than this, but this just, again, makes your turn 2 damage better. MP. As if she didn't have enough parts of her kit that multiplied into each other, she also has a power mod, which adds into the MP damage. But it's threat to humanity, and we already went over this with MHX, that most of the characters that have threat to humanity are also going to take 2 times damage class-wise from foreigners. She is going to clap these characters so hard, and to add insult to injury, she also has anti-earth attributes super effective. So literally any foreigner here is dead. They are not surviving getting hit by Cuckoo's MP, and we're not even talking about the Buster crits yet. These characters face the full brunt of how damage stacking works in this game. These foreigners are donezo. And if she didn't need any more, skill seal so the enemy can't pop buffs to help save themselves, and 30 stars so that any, like, Cuckoo literally is probably critting on anything she does next turn. And also, if she wants to buy these skills again, she is going to have enough stars just available from her MP, as long as someone doesn't steal the stars, to just pop all these again and double stack them. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, and 20 stars when she enters the field. For a character as broken as Cuckoo, honestly, it's pretty nice that her Bond CE isn't that crazy. However, it still is 20 stars, and for Cuckoo, 20 stars equals being able to pop these two and get the full benefits, while also now saving Koyan's star bombs, so that now you can reliably actually crit on turn 1 and not have cards that can't crit. Because if you use all of Koyan's star bombs on turn 1, you upgrade all 3 skills, you're only going to have 10 stars left to actually crit. So if you have more than one Buster card, you're kind of shit out of luck. So even though this is not the strongest, it doesn't need to be, because Cuckoo is already the strongest. Anyone that says this character needs a buff is fucking delusional, or they're telling a joke. They are making a joke if someone is saying Cuckoo needs a buff. If they are 100% serious, they do not play this fucking game, and they do not care about game balance whatsoever. This character honestly should never get buffed, period. The most I'm willing to accept is an MP buff and only damage, not adding any more effects. Changing her skills, making them more busted, is just... Okay, I have no problem with people saying that word. I'm just not saying it because I don't want it in vocabulary, because I work around kids where most people would be called, like, some of the kids I work with are, not all of them obviously, but they're the kids that would be called that word. Again, for this list, and because it's YouTube, I'm not going to say it. I don't have a problem saying it if I need to, but I prefer not to say it so it never slips out at work. I never want... Same with, like, I curse a lot, but I can control the cursing way more than the gamer words that we used growing up. Not around kids, especially when I hear kids using even newer gamer words to each other. Yeah. All right. 5 more characters left. 3 foreigners, 2 beasts. Wangina. Unfortunately, only a solid A. This character came out at probably the worst fucking time imaginable, and not only that, her event was so fucking lackluster. Like, they, not only was it just missions, but they couldn't even make a background for the event either. I do like this character for multi-core potential, but she has a lot going against her. But at the very least, double quick, double buster, and existence outside the domain. So no matter what, still good. Still going to have very good crits. Chaotic good. So you can make her chaotic evil with Domin, but that is another step. And supports with her kind of important, but not really. We'll get into it. 12.5k base attack, 13.5k on the dot. MP charge 0.75%. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 4 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. No traits here to really take advantage of. First skill, 20% quick, 20% buster, and an on-attack buff that gives herself Wrath of the Elemental whenever she normal attacks, and these last for 5 turns. Last part, 2 attacks, 3 turn dodge, and this is her super effective mod for MP. Second skill, 20% attack for the party, 30% crit damage, MP damage of man attribute allies except herself. They're saying they accept herself in the off case they ever make a servant that is then that can change characters to mana attribute because their base is sky. And for your mana attribute allies, whenever one they take a hit, Wangina gets stack over elemental wrath of the elemental. So, man attribute supports. Not too many of the premium ones that you know and love for loop farming. However, there are a lot of supports on here that are more tertiary that still will give a good amount of stuff for multicore for Vango. Umu, not the best synergy, but she does give a lot. Like, if Wangina is fighting Sky, yeah, Nero is going to help. But most foreigners are closer to Earth than Sky, but there definitely are some Sky foreigners, pretenders, and definitely berserkers. Trying to see who else. Nightingale, especially if you're doing like big Kiara, Nightingale will take hits and then just give free stacks while you keep on cycling. Reigns, Waver. These are the two big ones. Especially Reigns that can remove elemental weakness. She can make it so Wangina can hit foreigners and for 2x, but foreigners hit her for 1.0. So that definitely is something to note about, especially for foreigners, because they are doing 2 times damage to themselves. Again, issue with there not being enough quick support. Santa Martha, another like really goated support. Yui Shosetsu, I would say Yui is probably the best. Yui actually is the best use case here because not only does she provide charge, but her MP works very, very, very well with Wangina because of this being her having the quicken buster buffs. Third skill, 30% battery, charge return for 5 turns. I'm much more okay with this, with it not being 3 turns, because it just means that Wangina is more geared towards fights that last longer than 3 turns for multicore. So, aka, you're not doing farming, you are doing a boss fight or CQ. And this just works pretty nicely. 1,000 heal for the party every turn for 5 turns on 7-turn cooldown. Her skills are just really wonky, but I am not happy with this being 20%. I've never been happy with this being 20%. I've always thought that this should have been 30, but well, yeah, like she does. It's not like she has other card buffs in her kit. All right, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom like right now. Right now. Shit. Chat, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Oh my god. I've not even been eating that much. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Again, never liked where the buff levels were here. This is obviously the most likely skill that's gonna get buffed. I will be surprised if they buff anything before this. Passives to 8% debuff res, 21% debuff res from magic resist, so base 29%. And if you're on airspace, 20% MP damage. Unfortunately, you're not on airspace too many times, so rip. Multi-core, you're gonna need this. I would advise this because she does have a lot of... this skill does have a longer duration. So she probably is... this isn't 100% uptime, but it does make it so if she's not buffed as much, she's not going to do that much less damage. MP, 7-hit, single target, quick, ignores invincibility, power mod against threat to humanity. As why do foreigners have this so often? Why are they trying to kill each other? Oh, right, because they're at war with each other. Okay, actually, that makes way too much sense. Like, unironically, the foreigners that aren't at war with the other outer gods don't have this. It's actually kind of funny that the ones that aren't, like, trying to, like, all fight each other by taking over this realm first. You would think they would have threats to humanity, like power mod against themselves, but they don't. Yep, single target. Super effective ramp up to 100% extra damage, so double damage. And the stack goes up to 10. So yeah, you want to be face guarding. And your man attribute allies, especially if you're getting hit AoE, are gonna give Wangina a lot of stacks. Yeah, so best case scenario is always for the first 3 turns, Wangina is just like out in the field, breaking bars, and like you're running like Waver and like Yui Shosetsu or Reigns and Yui Shosetsu. And then if those two die, you bring in other supporters, and Wangina's super effective mod is going to last for a while. Because these stacks last for 5 turns. Yeah, all of the stacks always last for 5 turns. So non-traditional fights, like fights you cannot win in 3 turns, Wangina is going to shine a lot more. Because more, like, as long as you can break bar in turn 1, she will probably eke out a lot of other characters. Because it's not like she's so heavily reliant on her own buffs besides her super effective. Yeah, besides building up the Wrath of the Elemental, like her own self buffs for damage are not great. Like you're not gonna 20% quick and buster and 20% attack. You're not gonna notice that much. Super effective is MP damage, scales from 10% to 30%, and it's only 1 turn. A rip. Bon CE, 15% MP damage, and allies with man attribute, another 15% MP damage, which throws a whole wrench in your supports being man attribute. This is straight up telling you want your AoEs to be man attribute instead. Like, Wangina wants to be multi-core for a CQ with one of... either that or your supports need to have offensive MPs, and there are not that many AoE man attributes that also have good, like, supportive utility. Like, there are definitely some. Like, I think Hibiki and Shikagi probably best use case because they're both quick. Yeah. And Alco. Yeah, Hibiki and Alco, unironically, I think were probably the best. Oh, and Shufu. Shufu's here too. But she's not buffing quick, so meh. Rip. These two are. Nightingale is probably a good one too, because she is gonna go down really, really quick. Like, you don't have to worry about keeping her alive, and she's just gonna get free stacks for Wangina. But Wangina isn't so heavily buster favored that it's like you would be avoiding quick. It's like Nightingale just kind of works best because she dies easily. Yeah. A with stipulations, she could be here, but she's still like decent as a single target quick foreigner. Like, she's not terrible at it by any means. Like, she has a lot of ways to up her damage. And a ramp up super effective mod that goes all the way up to double damage, not that common. And especially because she can get some just by normal attacking. If it was only man attribute allies getting hit, they probably would have made each stack like 20% and only go up to 5. If you had to rely on your allies. But her being able to ramp it up herself with her face cards, she's a quick servant. You're going to want to click face cards. Does make more sense. So her damage is definitely not lacking whatsoever. She completely out damages Abigail, but the party utility just isn't there. If they buff her and make this AoE, it's better, but it's just better for the party, her multi-core, but it's not gonna change her damage whatsoever. Two left. I'm saving Alco for last for foreigners. We're gonna do MH XXA. Can you actually believe that this is the first Buster Crit Servant that actually fully works with Van Gogh? Sorry, no. BB does. Summer BB does work with Van Gogh, but Summer BB is also AoE, and her MP hits like a wet noodle. MH is not hitting wet noodle damage. Sorry, I closed this again. This character is not hitting noodle MP damage, and then the fact that they have triple buster while having existence outside the domain means full Van Gogh synergy. Most of the time, the only option really is Koya and Dark, and she still has an AoE MP. This is a single target MP that you get all your buster buffs for, and then you would also get all the Van Gogh buffs. So, yeah, her MP spikes at 91,000 with everything lining up. But against the more common case, Lawful Good, 60,000. That's still at the top of this chart for non-niche. But for niche, 60,000, definitely not the best. But this whole list is just like full of caveats, so it's like you can't even take this list super seriously. In terms of like comparing each one to another, because most of the niches do not line up. But this is a Buster Servant with a Gorilla deck that fully works with Van Gogh. People have been waiting a long time for a character like this, and not only that, she's also chaotic evil for full Dolmen synergy. If you don't want to do a double Van Gogh, I don't blame you. You probably are trying to throw like Merlin and Koyan Skya into this. Base attack 9.6k, off to a fucking great start because this is above average for 4 stars. It would have been better if it was in the 10k range, sure, but it is what it is. HP on the lower side, but not super low. I think we've seen like 5 stars that had lower HP than this. MP charge 0.65%. 4 hit quick and 4 hit arts. Yeah, no, this is going to refund a very good amount. This is 10% off or 40% 0.4 effectiveness lower than Koyanskaya. So this is a very good arts card at base. Yeah, like this is like 2.8 effective. Or no, 2.6. So 0.4 off Koyanskaya or Gramps. Yeah, hit counts look just really good. Arthur, Tori, Face Dragon, existence. Yep. Move it on. First skill, Invul, 2 attacks, 3 turns. 20% attack buff for herself, 15 stars per turn, and 15 star bomb. For a character that's probably going to be used with Koyanskaya, there's not much more you can ask for in terms of crit. It's going to make, it's attack buff. Buster farming doesn't give attack buffs. And you are not super heavily reliant on Koyanskaya's batteries to let you crit. You are going to need mana loading if you want to double stack this attack buff. Or not mana loading, skill reloading, a pen 5. You are going to need this to be able to double stack the attack buff. Second skill, 30% attack buster card buff, 500% star weight for buster cards, and 30% general crit damage. So you don't have to use the buster to like see increase in value. Third skill, reduces all enemies' gauges by 1. Battery, based on the number of enemies, 20%. Oh, no, sorry. This part is very similar to Lady Avalon, in which the enemies on the field give her a battery, and this part is only 30%, 10%. 30 if you're fighting 3 enemies, 60 if you're fighting 6 enemies, but only 10 if you're fighting 1. However, there is another 20 battery here on top of that. So even if you are fighting 1 enemy, which is probably going to be MHX's like biggest use case, she still at least gets 30 battery, which is really all Buster needs. This is also not a suck, so it doesn't matter whether the enemy, this is happening on turn 1 or 2, you will get the same gauge no matter what. It's just that you won't get the drain if you do it on turn 1. MP Gen up 30% for 3 turns. This is also on a 7-turn cooldown. So MHXX requires a pen 5. So something I just want to note on this, they probably, because of a pen 5, they can get a little more crazy with skill buffs and worry less about balance, because on paper it is a 7-turn cooldown. They're not gonna fully balance the game on new characters around everyone having a pen 5 from them. In fact, that would be really, really stupid if they did base every new character, especially Buster, around a pen 5 existing, because people are just gonna be upset. They have to choose between, especially for Buster, they have to choose between mana loading and a pen 5, which usually they all need one or the other, if not both. Koyan Dark is an example of her needing both, so her at MP1 suffers because of that. Yeah, MH XXA is definitely also one of those units that is going to suffer because of and again, this is also only a single core farming problem. If we're just talking about boss fight, this really doesn't matter. But MHXX is... Wait. It's just a lack of ease of use. But if you're face carding, like you're in a CQ, a lot of some of this like just doesn't matter. Because you will have face cards to get extra refund from, so like the block charges aren't as impactful for single targets as it is AoEs, but it does still matter because if with single core buster farming, you are not planning to refund, but you are planning to kill on the MP. And if you're not killing on the MP, well, you better hope that DPS does not have hit-based buffs. MHXX does not have hit-based buffs, so whether she kills or not doesn't really matter. With the MP, she just needs to kill. Passives, 4% debuff resistance, 6% buster up, 17.5% debuff resistance here, and then another 20. What? Holy shit. Oh, right, Alter Reactor. Right. Okay, so this is the MHX passive. Yeah, so this is a total of 42.5% debuff res intrinsic. Not bad. She fights off debuffs very, very well for a servant that does not have Goddess Essence. Like this is definitely like Goddess Essence combo levels, and she doesn't have Divinity. That is a huge plus considering how much of a problem, like how many characters are anti-divine, that her biggest worry is really anti-dragon and anti-saberface. So yeah, like I said earlier, these are the two most important skills for her. If you're planning on doing single core farming, this is a necessity, while this gives you ease of use and better starting time when you use C's like Black Rail. Because single core farmers, again, it doesn't matter that much, but if you're starting with Black Rail, there is a turn you're going to want to take to at least card. But also single core farming, if it's 1-1-1, you definitely have a wave that you're able to just crit. So you're not as heavily reliant as like loop farming. But even in that case, she is still an Artoria and gets 20 gauge off her MP. But power mod against lawful alignment, power mod against good alignment, super effective against ruler class servants. So just like MHXX has 200% against saber class servants, MHXXA has super effective against ruler class servants. So this is an even bigger bonus than what Kiara has against rulers. Like, yes, Kiara has the red numbers, but this is still more damage. This is essentially she has class advantage, full class advantage against rulers. And not only that, lawful and good on rulers is one of the most common alignment they all have. There are very few that are not, yeah. I don't want to say there are a lot that aren't lawful good, but 2, 3, 3.5, because it's not 2 mods, or it's not 1 mod for lawful good, it's 2 mods for lawful and good. So we're at 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6.5, 7, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10. I already know Moriarty is chaotic evil. 10.5. I'm starting to lose count, but you get the point, chat. Almost every single ruler here is gonna get smacked so fucking hard by double XA, like ridiculously hard. So this use case here, it's not gonna really exist if you're using her as a foreigner. But if you don't have Avengers, or bringing in an Avenger is just a bad idea, say like there is a Moon Cancer in there, like that, the advanced quest that cycle between the extra class 1, like it rotates, it has Ruler, Moon Cancer, and Avenger. MH is not in danger in that case, as a Berserker or any of those classes that would have class advantage in that case. And again, against those rulers, she's going to have a power mod against them. Bond CE, lawful and good, up 15%. Yeah, and I barely even talked about like Van Gogh synergy here. It's fucking there. It's just fucking there. There is no character that is really gonna benefit as much from Van Gogh being thrown in there as this character, because even Koyan Dark doesn't have triple buster. Not even her. So this character, if she's able to set up to do triple buster multiple turns, it's disgusting fucking damage. And you would be doing the triple buster if you're not fighting rulers. If you are fighting rulers, obviously use the MP, but the power mods for lawful good against rulers in that case are greatly going to be diminished from what Van Gogh is going to give MHXXA. I honestly would put her on the same tier as Wangina. Just because this is a far, far easier character to set up to do some like cool shit. Wangina is reliant on supports that may or may not even exist right now as a best in class support. That like lets her full kit like take advantage. I feel Yui Shosetsu is that support, but Yui also can't use the MP damage part of Wangina. Yeah. Funny how, like, I do think she's on the same level as Bunyan, mostly because she just has better crit synergy than Bunyan. Like, Bunyan at MP will hit hard against a lot of different classes. MHXX will hit hard neutral. Like, pretty much wherever you can't bring this character, you could bring this character. But this character just very different gameplay. 3 left. Alco. Niche. While I think she could go here or here, I think Alco just has too much going on and has extremely how do I phrase it? If you're a dumbass with Alco, she's gonna be very disappointing. But if you know what she's good at, it's night and day difference, and that is talking as both a support and a DPS. She's used in the CL BB farming for Buster Crit farming. She can be used as a Vitch substitute if the DPS is able to target Koi and Skya for cooldown reduction. She is able to buff quick to the point that they are, if they're not usually able to even do start from 50, Alco makes it so they're going to be able to start from 50. She is a much better support than Carnosanta and BB for those rare quick servants that do some stupid shit to themselves that screws over the refund, aka they stun themselves on MP. Alco is the best support for characters like that. any character that has demerits, Alco is going to stop them from not even having demerits. I'm going to have to run through this really, really quick. If you want more details on Alco, you're gonna have to watch the video, or based on the servant. Again, if they have cooldown reduction in their kit that they can target Alco or its AoE and their Buster, Alco will be in the consideration for replacing a Vitch. I'm not joking because of how she works. You're able to use her for double Vitch, essentially replace the Vitch. However, there are, again, restrictions on this, and you have to use Case Scope or something like it to be able to MP turn 1. Depends on the DPS. If they have an AoE battery, makes your life a whole lot easier. And you don't have to use Case Scope. You can start from something else, and might even be able to use Alco in a lottery for this. Although turn 1 damage is not going to be great. So, on whenever I like made the videos about this servant, I always talked about them as like 2 different servants. We're just gonna go down both of them. Base Alco's attack is 11.3k. Super Alco is 12.5k. Super Alco is an actual DPS. Regular Alco is a support. HP 14.2k HP. For normal Alco, again support. Super Alco 13.2k. DPS level HP. Base Alco is man attribute, so works with Wangina. Super Alco, star attribute, does not work with Wangina. However, the way Wangina actually works, you actually kind of would use Alco with her, because by the time Alco is ready to go to Super Alco, Wangina's buffs wore off. And you no longer need this version of Alco to be getting hit for Wangina to get stacks for her MP. Star weight for both for base is 153 and Super Alco is 147. They're around the same because they're still the same class, even though she's changing from regular to super. They're not changing class from like foreigner to something else. MP charge 0.55% at base, 0.33% super, and this is because she has an AoE arts MP. They had to nerf it. Both forms lawful good, so use the CE. She also is a living human, so you can use that CE to help bump her up. Bunny servant does not count as animal characteristics. And if you don't know what this is a reference to, beat the main story for Witch on the Holy Night and then play the whodunit side story. And yeah, because there is an actual story to this, and it honestly is pretty funny. Dex also changed based on whether you're in normal Alco or super. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Now the hit counts don't change, but she does get an extra arts card, and her buster and AoE, her buster and extra attack turn into AoE attacks. The way AoE attacks work is they cut the base scaling in half, but you can hit 3 enemies. So yes, you have a lower ceiling, but overall you do more damage if you're hitting 2 or more enemies. However, with the Buster crit, every single enemy is going to roll the crit differently. So if it's only 50%, you might crit 2 times and not crit 1 time, or you might not crit any of them, or you might crit 1 of them, or you might crit all of them, even at 10%. It's rolling the numbers game, but trust me, rolling 10% and critting 3 times at once, that's a fucking unicorn. That is a 1 in 1,000 chance of happening, because 1/10 time raised to the 3rd power is 1 over 1,000. First skill, she gives herself magic bullets, 3 of them. These magic bullets give her a 50% attack buff whenever she's normal attacking. And I believe I believe these work before damage as well, because it'd be really, really stupid if you removed all 20 stacks from your extra attack and it wasn't buffed up by this. Be really, really dumb. The magic bullets only activate for that attack. It's not one turn, it is one time. So it's pretty much actually impossible for Alco to hit 20 stacks with her extra attack, because she would have to be getting stacks of magic bullets after she cards, which is impossible. So this 20 stacks is theoretical. And just want to preface this, the attack buff you get from magic bullets goes beyond the cap for like buff stacking. This is its own thing. So even if you hit the max amount of attack buffs that a character can possibly get before the game just says nope, this will go beyond that, and I believe will also get affected by those other attack buffs. Last part of it, 20 stars, but this is on a 2-turn cooldown. So if you have a Pen 5, you can pop this skill back to back and get very good crits. That's default Alco. Super Alco, instead of 3 magic bullets, you get 6. Already went over this. You don't have stars, you don't get a star bomb, but you did get invul for a turn and 30% arts buff. But the cooldown also went up from 2 to 4. However, when you swap from normal Alco to Super Alco, whatever cooldowns you have, they stay where they are. So when you go from Super or normal to Super, you are not getting 2 more turns of cooldown. Say you just pop the Star Bomb the turn you go Super. You're not waiting 4 turns. You're not going to wait 4 turns. You're going to wait 1 turn because, again, 1 turn ended. You have 1 cooldown for the skill. So, second skill. This skill, like the self-regeneration buff, goes away if you go Super Alco. So, ideally, you do not want to pop Alco's MP before this skill goes away. Another reason she kind of works pretty well with Wangina, even though I didn't mention Wangina, like it's because of this. Because while Wangina wants your allies with mana attribute to be getting hit, Alco is also going to be providing 20 gauge for the party along with 10 stars per turn. This is on a 7-turn cooldown. Quick Servants eat this shit up. Quick Servants' most notorious problem is that if they loop 30%, they're fucked. But if they have charge per turn, so much better. It means they have to loop an even lower they get to loop an even lower percentage than normal to be able to still get Scotty batteries. Using Alco like this, you are probably not using Black Rail, unless Alco is also you're not going to use Black Rail because you're not going to be able to get Super Alco's battery in time to make up for this fact. It is actually impossible. You have to choose between this and the third skill or Super Alco's kit when you're farming. And for quick, you're going to keep it normal Alco. If you're doing Buster, you're going to want Super Alco for what the third skill combo works. And because of this, we're going to go to her third skill on this skill, not this Super Alco. So, this is why she is able to support quick. Omni card buff, 30% each card, 30% crit damage, healing per turn, 2,000 per turn for 3 turns. All of these last for 3 turns. And then this right here, Protagonist Correction. If a skill has the word demerit in brackets, that demerit is not happening while you have this effect. However, if the demerit is used to pay for something, or you're going to sacrifice yourself. So King Tut, and then you have Cuckoo. This is not going to neg Cuckoo buffs. They are specifically making it so Cuckoo when they buff Cuckoo, they are fully planning. If Cuckoo can be buffed, they are planning that they are incorporating that part. So yeah, this is mostly. Oh, good. Oh, okay, awesome. So this was not here before, but this straight up tells you which ones doesn't work. So self-sacrifice stuff, or so Habitrot. Yeah, Habitrot is not gonna neg her. Changong, Arash, not gonna neg those effects. First star. Yes, so this is not gonna get negged by if you pop this skill on Aoko herself. Cuckoo's star consumption, it's not treated as a demerit. Onger Mainu's shit, can't use this to neg some of his stuff. You can't neg anything involving Van Gogh. You can't neg Oberon's third skill, Lucosa's self poison for the healing. Summer Kiara, you can't. Yeah, this one was a big one. They were never gonna make it so Kiara basically had infinite skill rank ups. They were never gonna make that a thing because she already has it. So if your cooldown reduction is like high enough, you have more than you need. But Nakraba, the Fair Soldier buff, which again, I'm not that familiar with this character. I'm happy I'm not talking about it on this list. And also, if you buff the enemy, it's not going to neg that. But things that affect you, yeah, Aoko just straight up stops it. I love this skill mostly because it's also tied to the card buffs. Whether you're helping Arts, Quick, or Buster, Aoko can really do it. Quick just really benefits the most because 20 gauge per turn for Quick is literally 40% of what they have to loop to get to the Scotty breakpoints. If you're using Aoko like this as a support for this, for quick looping, you're not starting with Black Rail. Otherwise, why would they... Like, their refund has to be able to loop 100% as a quick unit. What quick units have demerits that can actually loop like that? I don't think Okita Assassin is able to loop like that. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure not. However, Okita Assassin does greatly benefit because even though the stun didn't affect her MP spam, it did affect her getting refund after her MP, like face guards. So that is where something like this will definitely come in clutch. I truly think if you're using Okita Assassin, Aoko is pretty much a requirement because she also stops that Okita from having the defense down. And I think all the other demerits that are in the kit. But I think it's only 1 in 3 that have like some kind of demerit. So let's talk about Super Aoko. Like I said, when she goes super, she loses. You immediately lose the effect of this. So you're not gonna get 20 gauge per turn or the 10 stars. What you are gonna get is 100% battery and 40 stars. Fair trade. Then, in exchange for 100% gauge, you drain Aoko by 100%. They are very specific with this wording. At MP1, yeah, this is all your gauge. However, if you have more copies, you're able to go beyond 100%. Thus, you will say you're... Okay, so here's the use case. Say you're at 90% battery. You're at 90%, so you're 10 away from being able to use this skill. If you're MP1, you use the 10% to get you 100, and that 90% disappears. Truly unfortunate. If you're MP2 and you're at 90, you go to 190, this gets drained 100%, and then 50% Buster for herself, extra attack buff, 100% card buff. This is exactly what Brisma Phantos Moon has, except obviously it lasts longer, but the value is the exact same. And in this stage, her extra attack is already AoE, so popping this skill fixes Alco's extra attack, whether you have the append or not. 50% battery for the entire party, along with two turns of cooldown reduction. Again, everyone in the party gets her, but gets this part, but her, and then a 5k heal for the entire party. This part is what allows her to do buster farming and in place of Vitch. Like Vitch's second and third skill have 6-turn cooldowns. Append 5 brings it down to 3. If your DPS has cooldown reduction, that's 2. And then 2 more turns, you're on turn 3 for buster farming, and Vitch can pop her second and third skill again. She's not going to be able to pop her battery. Yeah, I'm still working at a DPS that actually you can use Vitch like that, but it's a struggle. Yeah, so in addition to the whole MP2 thing with Alco, because you're reducing the cooldowns, if your DPS has AoE charge, you doing this will make Alco get back to her MP. So while if she was only MP1, you would just lose that, and even if your ally had an AoE battery, Alco was drained to 0. She doesn't have any charge now. And again, you would have, if you had the skill off cooldown, you would have popped it before her 100% battery, and then you would just swap the order. Again, because she doesn't reset her own cooldowns, order doesn't matter here. You can pop this first and then pop this, but it really depends on if you're already at 100%. So Alco has very different playstyles depending on MP copies. She's being ranked at MP1, and I see her at MP1 as a support rather than the DPS. Passives. This is her passives always, including whether she's super Alco or normal Alco. She always has these. So 2% debuff resistance, because she's barely outside the domain. It's more hurt. She's a magician, so she's like rejected the least by the world. Then say like the other foreigners. Territory creation E, 2%. Item construction E, 2% debuff success rate. Magician, 20% debuff res, so we're setting at 22%, also why this is so low. Inskill res, 20%. Buff removal resistance, 20%. And just like Cuckoo, any invo she gets turns into solemn defense. Oh, okay. So this I didn't realize about Cuckoo, because I'm assuming it applies the same. If you use a CE that gives you invul, it's not going to turn it to solemn defense. This part of the passive only works if you are given invul during battle, not outside of battle. So even MPs will affect this. I'm not sure how this works with invuls that stack with other invuls though for her, but I believe it would the solemn defense would stack because they're still invuls, or they would still be coded as invuls that could stack with other invuls. The invul is, and it even says it here, converts. So it would be converting the coding of invul into solemn defense along with the caveat to it. I believe that's how it would work. Now, super Alco passives. Because she lost her second skill in normal Alco, she gets 10 gauge for the party per turn and 3 stars per turn. Again, I really, really like this when it comes to like sustained fights. And then she also gets 2 magic bullets per turn. Ease of use, yes, especially for sustained fights. If you only have MP1 Alco, I can never recommend Extra Attack Finesse. The way Extra Attack gets cut by turning it AoE really, really screws it over the lower MP copy you're at. But not by that much. Again, I will get into this a bit. And it really is thanks to like Phantom Moon that I have a better perspective of this part. So regular Alco, when she MPs, she transforms to Super Alco. Permanent Buster buff 20%, but Buster card is also turning AoE, so the base damage is cut in half, and the extra attack base damage is cut in half. 20% doesn't come anywhere close to like the value it's gonna hit. So unlike Phantom Moon, Alco is gonna see a damage difference, and it's only made up for the fact that you're hitting 3 enemies. Even hitting 2 enemies is gonna be worse than what it was before at MP1. At MP5, it goes to 50%. This still does not fully counteract this, but it does make it better. 100% completely cancels out the base value being cut in half. But again, you can only stack so many buffs before you reach the ceiling. So your ceiling gets a lot lower, but your floor goes up for overall damage. Also, you remove second skill. So again, like I said, you get rid of this regeneration buff. Yeah, and this kind of just explains it. Super Alco. AoE arts. Ignores invincibility. Ignores defense. Damage based on the magic bullets. This is super effective damage. Yes, this is super effective damage. And it goes up to ×2. Defense defense down also before damage. Unfortunately, the base number is 10 and it scales up to 30. If you're able to get higher overcharge, go for it. But the important thing it really is that it activates before damage. Bond CE, 30% MP damage and magic bullets. For Super Alco being like a stationary DPS that's pretty much giving a party-wide Prisma Cosmos, this is not a bad Bond CE. Grand Super Alco would actually be pretty dope. She would be doing like very good damage for sub DPS. And like also self-sustaining and just utility. So there is just too much going on with this character for me to put her like here. Not only does her gameplay change based on MP copies, but it also changes completely based on what team you're using, because she works in literally every kind of card type team you like can think about. It's pretty much non-center teams, like when you're bringing in Van Gogh, Doman, so like CQ, that yeah, you're probably not bringing Alco to a CQ. Maybe not super Alco, but normal Alco, maybe. She's just not going to be the best at it. But she is a good character. I like her a lot. And I am going to prioritize getting MP2 on main, because I have used her at MP2 and MP1. And I can promise you, the drain is probably the most annoying part about her, and it makes it so you can't just pop it, or second for Super Alco, it makes it so you can't pop 2 and 3 whenever you want. So like the MP2 is just a comfort thing, and it makes doing AoE crit farming with buster cards or extra attack just much more viable, that you have a better base multiplier that is permanently on Super Alco. We are done for the most part with Extra Class 2. We only have 2 more characters left, and then I am done with tier lists, all for a good 6-7 months. Beast class. We only have 2 playable beasts, and both are their own things. Beasts, they are their own monsters. Their class advantage is whatever Nasu wants it to be. And this is canonical. Each one is very, very different. Koyan, for example, Tunguska, only animal character or demonic beast servants was, especially demonic beast casters, had full advantage over Beast 4. That's why Tamamo stall was an actual thing, because Tamamo actually fucked up Beast 4 pretty badly. Beast 4 could not, even in like when you couldn't see Beast 4, like in Lostbelt 5, I believe that was like the main big appearance. Tamamo was the best like surviving support, because casters took like half damage, and Tamamo is demonic beast caster. While Beast 3 gets smacked around by alter egos and moon cancers, but not full class advantage. It's only like 1.2. Let's start with Draco, the beast that everyone knew about before she came into the game, because her origin is FGO Arcade. Draco is a character that is always going to scale based on the developers when we're talking about CQs. When we're talking about story fights, most enemies you're going to fight are the standard knight class. So Draco, inherently for clearing the story, is literally one of the best characters in the game. The only times you would not bring her to fight a boss is if they are an extra class. And in story, there weren't that many extra class bosses. Like, you can definitely count them on your finger. Kishi Wong, Zeus, and those are just rulers. When we go to OC, very different story. But the ordeal calls are literally stories about the extra class. Of course, Draco isn't going to do that good in them. But for clearing story, Draco is like literally one of the fucking best. And I'm also talking about big Draco. We're not talking about Nugget, Umo. Even though this is like, also this is not Nero when she's a child. This is just because like being in this form takes up too much energy. Kama is literally the same exact way. And my God, was this a surprise at release. A lot of people were expecting like actual beast appearance for Nero. I think this is so much better. She looks so much cooler like this. Like most characters, the less clothes you have, the better they look. Not Umu. I personally think Nero Draco looks better than B6 from Arcade. I truly think she looks better. Base attack 12.7k, off to a really good start. HP 13.1k on the lower end, but she's taking half damage from literally every character that is not going to do damage. Like, the only time you're not going to like bring Draco is when you have the box with the question mark or you see an extra class marker. Just don't bring Draco and you're good. Standard knight classes, easy clap. MB charge, so because beasts are completely different classes, they change literally depending on what character. I do have to go through like star gen and star weight, and this is archer numbers. Archer star weight with saber star gen. MP charge 0.57%. 5 hit on quick, 4 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Animal characteristics: saber face, dragon. Even as a beast, she's still counting as humanoid. Roman, because it's Umu. And stage 1 and 2, child servant, but I would prefer not to see the child servant version, especially this one. I would much prefer this, and I will take this over seeing Draco like this. Yeah. Big con with Draco, though, is the fact that she only has one arts card. This is something you will feel a lot. However, she does have a lot to kind of mitigate this as well. So, again, showing right here. Basically, the only class she's going to hit one time X is Shielder or another extra class. Like, when you go through Triple C, you see the Lost class. Draco would be hitting 1.0 for that. It's like only Shielder and those custom classes. Oh, and Beast. If she's fighting another Beast, she will also do 1x. But Berserkers take *2. All the other Knight classes take 1.5, and like extra class do 0.5. The reverse is also true. But Draco is never going to take 1.5. It's either 2x, 1x, or 0.5. First skill. 10 gauge per turn. Every turn for 6 turns. Crit damage 6 times. Reduced damage taken 1,000 6 times. 666. Number of the beast. Unfortunately, this is on a 7-turn cooldown base, but with a pen 5, it goes to 6. That was something I was like, okay, why is this on a 7-turn cooldown if it's supposed to be 666? But now the reason is there because they eventually made it intentional that for the start of the fight, if you have a pen 5, it's going to be 6. Second skill. Skill Seal, all enemies, burn, and a chonky burn too at 500%. You increase their gauge though by 1. If they're already about to MP, this does nothing to them. If they're about to MP, well, they're gonna MP next turn. However, this is also like Tamamo Lancer has this, but this isn't necessarily always a con because now you like. If you force them to go from 4 to 5, you know they're going to MP next turn. If they're at 3 and you do this, if they have a battery, there's a chance they'll activate the battery and MP that turn. Or they might activate the battery last and like MP the next turn. You can control the enemy gauge with this, but you gotta be tactical with it, and you don't want to be that tactical with it. Because if you don't pop this skill, her third skill is useless. It does nothing. She does have a massive 40% attack buff, though, for 3 turns. Usually, there aren't that many characters that have this. Melisyn is the only one off the top of my head that has a 40% attack buff for herself that lasts for 3 turns. Other characters that have high attack buffs like this are either 2 turns, in the case of Monster Strength, or 1 turn in the case of Kintoki. Most important part, she gives herself the Holy Grail. This is a direct reference from Arcade. Again, I haven't played Arcade, so I don't know that much about this mechanic, but she lets herself hold the Holy Grail. And this is treated as neither a buff nor a debuff, so that also means buff removal is not going to take this away. Very nice to have, because there are break bars that just strip buffs, and they're not going to have to worry that much about this, but obviously buff removal going to take the rest of the buffs. So, yeah. Third skill. Speaking of buff removal, it's right there. It's not going to take the Holy Grail, but this will protect all Draco's other buffs. So, it is always the buff removal resistance, but if you have the Holy Grail, aka you pop skill 2 before 3, power mod against Dragon, power mod against Roman. The Roman part is extremely easy now because there's a command code that lets you put Roman debuff on, and it lasts for 5 turns. This is the most used command code on Draco. If you do not have this command code, your Draco is straight up gimped. And I don't want to say you shouldn't be using her, but this is free crit damage that you cannot take advantage of. 10 stars per turn. 20% healing rate, so every heal you get 20% more. 20 battery per turn. So Draco has 30 battery she gets every turn while she's holding the Holy Grail. She also has debuff immunity for 1 time and defense pierce. So these are just really nice effects to have for a DPS. And 7 crowns, 7 wait. Isn't this 8 effects? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. 7 effects as part of holding the Holy Grail, but there are 8 effects on this skill. So, yeah, the charge per turn really helps with the fact that she only has 1 arts card. It helps so goddamn much. Most of her refund is going to come from her getting hit, the charge per turn, and her buster crits if you're using Vitch with her. And again, using Vitch with Draco helps pretty much mostly if you're fighting Man Attribute. Authority of the Beast, 10% crit damage, Independent Manifestation, Beast passive, 2% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental debuff resistance. Really funny that a Beast has such a low version of Independent Manifestation, but I believe this is also tied to the event that she came out in, of why she would have Independent Manifestation E. Last passive. 500% debuff success rate. This is why the Roman command seal on Draco is so imperative, because there is not a case, unless the enemy is debuff immune, that you can't put the Roman command code on. Because I'm pretty sure it does count as a debuff. It is the same icon that Roma puts on, and he also has anti-Roman. So if you don't have that command code, you kind of need Roma. But yeah, Arcade had the rerun already, so them putting it in the shop is probably going to happen in like the next year or two. So if you're on NA, make sure you're doing the Arcade collab, because the Roman command code does not just affect Draco, it is also affecting Boudica, because Boudica buffs allies against Roman enemies. So again, that command code is pretty fucking broken in terms of like overall damage amp, especially for the party cost for it. Passives, extra attack, absolutely. Draco is doing like a lot of DPS. And because she only has the 1 arts card, you're probably not doing too many arch chains. She needs like as much gain as possible. This helps clean it up. This gives you a faster start. This, with cooldown reduction, is just a lot nicer to have. And again, she got a good Append 3. They could have gave an extra class just to fuck with Draco, but they didn't. And it's Caster. Wonder why they gave her anti-caster. It is an Umu. I wonder what caster Draco could possibly want advantage against. It's Tamamo, if you didn't get it. MP. I don't know. Okay, so the video, they split it, but not for the MP itself. So the MP has no normal effect. It does have super effective damage against the 7 Knight class servants. This MP, again, it doesn't do much, and I would prefer it to have an effect. But this is probably one of the most free super effective mods out there. As long as she's fighting servants that aren't extra class, she gets super effective for basically free. And this is what makes Draco stand out so well. Even if she's not fighting servants, even against non-servant enemies, as long as they're 7 Knight class, Draco still is essentially a better Berserker. She is a Berserker that isn't going to take 2x damage. So that is your baseline. A Berserker that basically, and not even like 1.0 damage, like if you use Reigns, you take 0.5%. So she just is a better Berserker for 7 Knight class. Whether they're servant or not. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, and an on attack buff. If you're holding the Holy Grail, 40% chance to give yourself an attack buff. Based on the fact we can't summon Draco or Space Arash from GSSRs, I highly doubt they are going to let us make Grand Beasts. That is very, very stupid lore-wise for them to do that. And Nasu is, like, pretty uptight about this stuff. It's really funny what bits of lore he does and doesn't care about. But, like, Grands, Beasts, I get that kind of is sacred for him. And, like, some effects of, like, servant class of why this happens here can also be attributed to Worldline. But where Nasu, like, draws the line are, like, irrefutable facts of Type Moon. If Nasu does not want Beasts to be able to be summoned by Chaldea, Chaldea cannot summon them except the Beasts summoning themselves. And which is canonically what happens with Draco. We do not summon Draco. Draco summons herself. Again, probably why her independent manifestation is at E, because she had to neg herself so much in the petite form for Chaldea's system to even let her through. But NA is going to be reading this in 2.5 months. So let's go. Draco, where do I think she belongs? Unfortunately, only at A+. This is solely based on the fact that even Plushie was complaining about it. It completely depends on what the devs throw at us to fight. If we're only fighting challenge quests and boss fights that are extra class, you literally can't use Draco. You can't. You're fighting such an uphill battle there's no point. You would have better luck using Castoria against Summer Castoria against foreigners as a berserker than Draco would against any extra class. That's how poorly Draco gets nerfed in comparison to Summer Castoria that actually gets power mods and I think super effective against what's supposed to be killing her super easily. Draco is someone that is going to go up and down based on where you are in the game. This is factual. But it does not, like, take away from Draco still. If you just start the game and you were to get any character out there to help you beat bosses that was a DPS, Draco honestly would be my number one recommendation. 100% she would be the number one recommendation. Because for most content in the game while you're just clearing it, there aren't many servants that are going to give Draco a lot of trouble. Again, only if you're fighting non-servants. So Lostbelt 6 definitely is going to have some issues there. Because Vargas, Bavanchi, and I believe Melison do not count as servants there. Neither does Morgan. But this is Beast Umu. She is very good. And this year is going to be fucking hell. Because I have no idea how I'm supposed to get higher MP copies of Cuckoo, Draco, and Tiamat all in the same year. While Summer is a thing too. I prefer not wasting my tax refund on that. But I at least want to get one copy. Yeah, no, my summoning is going to suck for the next 2 months. Because we also have Honkai coming out too. So I can't, even if I want to summon, I'm going to run into money issues. Yeah. So, the last servant I'm talking about is a beast I don't think anyone saw coming, unless maybe you read Lostbelt 7. I don't know if they really talk about this in Lostbelt 7. I do know Aresh shows up, and she's in a costume. I'm not sure if it's another case of how Space Ishtar was introduced, how she was first teased in Battle for New York, the second one, but she was in like Ishtar's appearance. And then when we got Saber Wars, we did get a new model for Ishtar. But Space Arash does show up in Lostbelt 7, and we get Arash for Anniversary for Year 9. Is there a correlation? I'm not sure. But what I do know is that they already said Saber Wars 3 was going to be a thing. They pretty much said that we'd figure out why Arash became a beast in Saber Wars 3. That is probably also when we're... MHXA will get her final buff and give her a battery. I truly think they're waiting for Saber Wars 3 before they finish buffing MHXA and give her the battery. So, first we talk about class advantage. Neutral from every class that is not extra class. Normal extra class, 1.5. Avengers, 0.5. And this, I think, is really, really cute. Because this is a rush goal. What Avenger do we know that would cause a rush goal to go within herself? Space Ishtar. I think that was just really... really funny that Space Ishtar actually counters Space Arash. So if you're fighting the normal Knight classes and Berserkers, you're doing 1.0 damage, which definitely is an issue for Berserkers because the advantage or the joy of fighting Berserkers is that they were really easy to get overkill with, not with Space Arash. Her problem is always going to be overkill if you're not playing the game with her, because using this character is an actual game of itself. You're playing a dating game. You're playing a dating sim. Your goal is to make this character fall in love with you, and then she will literally give you the universe if you make her happy. Base attack 11.4k, HP 14.5k. Very tanky, or not super tanky, but like on the upper end. HP attack, this is pretty average, very slightly lower than average. MP charge 0.3%. 0.33%. We've seen time and time again AoE arts that have this gain and do absolutely fine. It's usually only face cards that are messed up, and Space Suresh is going to be critting on all her cards when she fully ramps up. This is non-negotiable. This is a fact. Velfel, what's up? Last character for this list, and then I can take a break and enjoy the rest of my weekend. Stargen, Star Weight, the exact same as Draco. Actually, I'm surprised by this. I thought they would have mixed things up, but Archer Star Weight, Saber Star Gen. Chaotic Good. If you want Doman Synergy, you need to bring Van Gogh or Archer Moriarty. Probably not doing that. Besides Summer Mode and Levitating, there aren't really noticeable traits. Non-Humidity at second and third Ascension. So when she's in like Space Arash, she is non-human. But Ascension 1, I'm pretty sure, is our Arash goal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ascension 1 is our Arashi goal, but she's like her existence is also being overlapped with Space Arash, which is like causing, I think, some of the issues in OC3. Again, I didn't read that, so I will get to that in a year and a half. So this character is also an insta-kill farmer. But she's basically like an arts looper, insta-kill farmer, if that's how you want to use her and not worry about a lot of the issues that a character like this would have with Refund. I have used her on the insta-kill farming node with Asclepius and support Gastoria and Atlas, and rarely ever had problems. She is actually very functional as an insta-kill farmer as long as in the first turn you get her to stage 4. And also for Paracelsus, this is a really good DPS to use if you don't want to use your own Castoria, because Spacer Rush is actually going to make Paracelsus and his AoE Arts MP actually do fucking damage. So 20% attack, 20% MP damage for the party, lasts for 3 turns, 20% battery, insta-kill res for the party for 3 turns, 100%, not times, flat out 3 turns. I believe regular Rush also does that on her Blessings of Kur. But she poisons everyone in the party because too much, she's just doing too much here. Like she's carrying too much things and then she trips and a lot of things fall. Typical Rush stuff. She wants to help us as much as possible to the point that she's actually hurting us. But that's pretty standard for what we hear of like divine servants. Like they like humanity and treat us like toys. Like they don't do it out of malice. It's just that we're lesser than them. They see us as lesser, so they're not going to treat us as equals. Second skill. 20 Star Bomb. Star weight for 1 turn, 500%. On attack buff for 1 turn. Every time you use a normal attack, you do more crit damage and a 50 battery. So Space Rush ramps up her crit damage in the same turn, exactly like fucking Super Orion. Right? I'm pretty sure Super Orion has this same gimmick, but I think his is like times and not 1 turn. Yes. But for Super Orion, it is only Buster cards. For Space Rush, it is all her cards. And again, you can spread out Super Orion, but Space Rush, if she has a good crit turn, it's going to be a very good crit turn, especially if it's a Mighty Chain or a BAB with you using the MP. But anytime you're doing a crit turn like this, I would definitely avoid the MP that turn. I would definitely try to like get another 50% credit damage out of this, because Super Ryan is also 100%, while this is only 50. But still super solid. This is 70% battery, and it's why her insta-kill farming is as effective as it is. Third skill, Invul to attacks 3 turns. Guts, 1 time 3 turns, 3k heal, full cleanse, buff removal resistance 1 time 3 turns, and reduces her own skill cooldown by 2. This part of the kit, the cooldown reduction, is what lets her do insta-kill farming with literally a wet fucking noodle. You don't need double Castoria for her to be arts looping for insta-kill farming. You just need to make sure that her Spacer Rush is hitting, like, pretty much looping 50% in the first turn. She insta-kills after damage, so she's not going to have the same kind of issue that Aris would have with her farming, or Needle Chris, how they have it before they got buffed. First passive, she just has debuff immunity for 3 times. And this works every single fight. Awesome. Second skill, or second passive. Every time you normal attack, 5% gauge. Wow. Goddess Essence, 14% debuff resistance. 20% crit damage against servants. And even worse independent manifestation than Draco at 1.5, literally E-. It's a fake. This is almost fake independent manifestation. Like, I don't know if this means like her beast attribute. I kind of think it means her beast attribute is as heavily restricted as it possibly could be. And that honestly makes sense, because why would Aresh want us to be afraid of her? She literally has this part where where it's a dating sim. Why would she want to turn us off? She would be doing everything in her power to make us like her as much as possible. So, I have got much better about this. And we'll go over this without making the same mistakes that I made when I made the first time talking about her. So, her affection gauge, she starts at 1. If you have her bond CE, I believe she starts at 2. How I've used her, her using her own skills first, she usually gets to rank 4 before your first MP. Especially if you're using Atlas Mystic Code, then it's guaranteed, because all 3 of those Mystic Code effects are able to be used on Space Aresh, or able to be used and not really impact farming, so that Space Aresh gets to higher ranks on this faster. And you really want to get this as high as possible. You like, the lower you are, the less damage you do, and the less Space Aresh is self-sufficient. Because when you hit 10, she is almost completely self-sufficient and is doing a lot of different shit. So, you reach Bond 5 with her, plus 5 points. She's a starting member, plus 5 points. Every 10 points, you go to rank up. So, literally, you basically, as long as you use her a lot, and she starts the fight, she's starting off at level 2. If you're on water side, another plus 10. But again, this is not something that you can set up for. It has to be like Aresh, when she comes into the field, has to already be on water side. You can't change it after she's already out, like say using Melt, because she's already on the field. Using her command cards gives her plus 3, and I believe this also includes the extra attack. Doing a Brave Chain, plus 6. Actually, no. Not extra attack here. This is where the extra attack comes in. You get plus 3 for doing a Brave Chain, and then another 3 for doing the extra attack. That's why it's plus 6. So yeah, doing a full Brave Chain with Space Aresh is going to get you plus 15 points. If you use Space Aresh's skills, plus 3. If you use one of her skills before you use other servants, plus 2. So plus 5 for that first skill pop. So do not pop only pop Space Aresh skills first. Never use any of your other characters before her. She always has to go first. Otherwise, you lose value here. Now, plus 2 isn't a lot, but plus 2 probably is the difference between you hitting 4 in the first turn or 3. And there's a big difference between affection 4 and affection 3. If you overcharge Space Aresh's MP, half a rank. If you use Mystic Code's effects, plus 5. So Atlas is really good because you reduce cooldown even more. And basically pop all 3 turn 1, pop this turn 2, pop these 2 turn 3 again. And then basically you have very good uptime on like just skills getting refreshed when they need to. If you use a command seal on Space Aresh, instant level up. Includes. Okay. Last note. If you ever see Space Aresh on your friends list, you probably shouldn't be using her, because this passive is completely inactive. And Space Aresh, without having any of the affection, is not good. Not good at all. This is her base damage without affection gauge. This is barely better than Ryder Mordred. That's how bad this is if you pull MP1 off your friends list. Now, if you pull like a super one, yeah, it's going to do good damage. But at a fraction, at a literal fraction of where you could be if the Space Rush you have is your own. So this is a character that if you don't have her, you're probably not going to be using her. But yeah, 26,000. It's very common to get rank 4 in turn 1 for the first MP. This is far, far better. And like in line with other AoE arts at this MP copy. And again, this goes even higher depending on what kind of hand you had. Pens. These two are absolute requirements. This, so this lets you start from 0 and have more abundant charge. So you can deal with higher HP enemies with more excess charge and lower party costs for your other support than Castoria. Like I said, using Asclepius or Paracelsus, but I have personal preference with Aresh for Paracelsus, because Paracelsus actually benefits from Space Rush having a multi-core utility. And this makes it so you're able to pop this on the subsequent turns because you already have the cooldown reduction. Yeah, I would put this above this because this can be fixed with you just using double Castoria. This cannot be mitigated besides using other Mystic Codes than Atlas. And the second you take off Atlas, you basically have to go to like Vitch to do insta-kill farming. It's like, okay, what the fuck is the point of this now? Because like Vitch is gonna help, but not that much. NP. 5-hit AoE arts, which is why this 0.33 gain works as an AoE looper. It's close to Ibuki, but she is definitely missing the quality of life arts loopers have, or that like Ibuki has, like the MP gain and the card buff. Does have a much bigger battery than Ibuki, though. Oh, also last passive Nega Space, but this doesn't do anything right now. Probably this skill is probably going to get buffed in Saber Wars 3, or it's just going to be a passive that doesn't work in our universe. It only affects certain bursts. Because this, by the way, Ereshkigal is not like Beast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She is a beast from Servantverse. I know. That is what I do remember about her. That she is not a proper human history beast, which makes her an even bigger exception than we already have, and a much fucking bigger headache. Like, how is Nasu like so fucking anal about like the summoning, but he does not give a fuck about Servantverse? Or maybe that is the point, that he doesn't have to take shit seriously about Yeah, no, that's classic Nasu. So, the damage is piss poor if you do not even go higher than level 4. But at level 4, you get insta-kill success rate. Base 100% activates first. Yeah. This is unfortunate for Space Aresh. That as an insta-kill farmer, that this happens first. But that also usually is only applying to insta-kill loopers if they are oh, whoa, no, sorry. My bad completely. Holy shit, I'm misreading this. This is not insta-kill chance. This is the success rate. Activates before damage. She does not insta-kill before damage like Needlecris. She does insta-kill after damage. Sorry. Needed to make sure I didn't Pepega that. Because that is a huge, very different thing. But at rank 4, insta-kill success rate makes her insta-kill actually usable. Because 60 base is literally nothing. Yeah, like 60% chance, 80. You have a 40% chance on that node. Literally, you get rank 4. You have basically Dolmen's insta-kill success rate at base, but that is not Dolmen's insta-kill success rate because he has another passive to boost it, and his passive boosts it far more than Aresh. It's like another 24%. If you are rank 7, you get both Invul Pierce and Defense Pierce. Awesome. And if you are rank 10, 50 stars on an Arts MP. Oh, and the super effective ranks goes up by 10% for every level. So by turn 3, you should be having a 170% super effective mod. And it's usually a consistent 200, and it can't ever go down in a fight. As long as Space Aresh is up and alive, she will keep this. You cannot lower affection level. Also removes offensive buffs, so it's even harder to actually kill her because she's just going to make it so the enemy can't buff themselves up. OC, she ups the master effective points. This was here. But I don't actually know if I forget if these are two different things or it's just saying that here. I'm kind of blanking on it right now. Because it is by overcharge level, it goes up by 5. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, 30% crit damage against servants, and you start off 1 level higher. So your turn 1 MP is going to be rank 5, and you don't even need any of her cards to do that. The fact that the only servant you can't bring her to fight is Avengers is kind of stupid, because it's not like Avengers are that common. In terms of like generic Arc Loopers, as long as Space Aresh has enough damage to get overkill, you kind of have a lot of freedom for how you want to use her for farming. Like, this is an Arts Looper that legitimately will Arts Loop while doing insta-kill farming. So even if her refund is so good that even if she doesn't kill, she's gonna be able to loop back to her MP and MP again. I promise you, there are very few Arts Loopers that are like that, and one of them is the buffed up Needlecris Summer. Needlecris Caster is not looping her MP because she still insta-kills first. Yeah. Space Aresh. EX. I think she is the best Arts Looper on here. She does not give a shit about debuffs, which is what would kind of stop Hokusai. But definitely Hokusai in a CQ, like not being able to land Arch Res down and defense down heavily hurts Hokusai. Space Rush only buffs for herself. And not only that, a very easily ramped up super effective mod. So yeah, like the base damage you can have is like whatever this number is after the fight goes long enough, you literally double this. So MP1 goes above MP5 base damage at 0. but she's almost never going to be at 0 either. So that's another thing that I probably should note, that this is actually impractical damage that you're probably never going to see no matter what. Pretty much it is. Yeah, the only way you're going to see damage like this is if you pull Space Rush off your friends list. So, yeah, if you want to pull Space Rush off your friends list, you can, but unironically, you probably are better off using a Rider Mordred from even your support list or just your MP1 one. You actually might just do more damage. And obviously farm easier. But Space Rush has a lot of things going on, and she's not stopped as heavily as Draco, because like she's actually meant for extra class, and if she's fighting normal class, which is like something common now, they're especially in like lottos, and like 90++ content, you see extra class mixed with night class a lot more. The fact that it's basically only Avengers that stop this character, I feel pretty comfortable placing them here. Obviously, you're gonna use like other characters if it's not mixed extra class, like especially if you're fighting like the advanced quest where every time you hit the enemy they change class. Space Rush will struggle only when the Avenger pops up. But the Avenger isn't even the enemy you're worried about for that node either. Oh, wait, is it? I haven't done that node in a long time. With that, we are finally done with the tier list. I spaced this out a lot this weekend. And if I had to quick math this, it's probably this video is probably going to be the longest of the tier list, and it's probably going to clock out around 7 if not 8 hours. I am fine with this list, and I'm hesitating whether or not to cut some stuff out of Kirei for the recording, just because I don't feel I did a good enough job talking about him. Like, I just don't use Kirei enough to be super informed. I'm probably going to leave it in there because A, it's a pain, and B, just more to show that I'm not perfect. This is not the only game I play. I have a life, despite what it might look like or how much I stream. I do actually have a life. I have a job and family, not wife and kids, obviously, but I do have people. I can't play this game and spend a whole lot of money and know how every character is going to perform in every fucking situation, because no one fucking does. This is a gacha game. You pick the characters you want. This is all my opinion. No one else is like influencing besides me talking in my chat. I'm going to do this differently. 10th anniversary. I'll worry about it when I get there. Time to enjoy my weekend. Peace. I'm free. The hardest part about this shit is fucking done. All right, give me like 5. Give me a bit of time, chat. I need to cool down just a bit. I'm not joking that this is probably clocking out at 8 hours. Like, extra class just in general have better characters. Like, what the fuck can I say? Passion Lip being the worst character on this, like, makes sense. Well, of course, of all extra 2, Passion Lip is gonna be the worst and the most bullied. Sounds about right. Probably why she didn't get a summer outfit and she got a really shitty costume. All right. All right. Let me get my vape stuff ready, because I refuse to be sober any longer this weekend. And from now on, unless I'm recording, I do not need to worry about staying sober. I will definitely be cleaning my apartment either today or in the next few days. Because this has definitely been... These tier lists have definitely been, like, the top thing on my mind outside of, like, actually playing the game. Yeah, and we are finally fucking done. Chat, it only took me a year. It only took me a year to finish this shit. Alright, vape's cleaned and getting new lids. The fuck are those new lids? Alright. So I can actually listen to my music now. We're gonna go back to NA, do runs from when I was doing this, and move on. By the time we're gonna be pretty close to weekly reset on JP, so we'll have storm pods to do too. And then once we're done with FGO, it's Persona 3 for the rest of the day. Yep. This version doesn't like my new lids. Yeah. Also, I want to use my earbuds for this. I'm tired of those headphones right now. Was this not charging or some shit? Yeah, it wasn't charging. Okay. Never mind. Can't. Take that ass girl, make that. All right, 2 runs. Shawty, the pop ass. I on these room the first class. She talk, clap that, clap this. She got it low. Take that ass, girl. Make that coochie wet. Take that. All right. I gotta put one of these. Well, not. I gotta figure out which one has higher battery. This other headphones need to charge. All right, yeah, doesn't matter which one. Yeah. My throat's probably gonna be. Whew. Alright, time to make a drink. Alright, here's a drink.
大丈夫。落ち着いて。普段通りに。愉快。タグを上げる。特別会。そのうち準備確認中。行きます。知らせ。鍵盤の。そう。夏の女神が主情に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。負けないぞ。もちろん。悪いダンク。
Rip.
夏が来たりてかぎろい揺れて、雨が来たりて命が変わる。息吹の御霊、八脈怒涛。できそう。 夏が来たりてかぎろい揺れて雨が来たりて命が騒ぐ息吹の御霊八脈怒涛
わははじゃなーみろ
All right.
「私の力が必要ならば全力で応答します」早立てですカルウェナ
Bomba. Wanna drink a living molly water.
戦いであれば下がっているようにそこですこちらです夏の女神が主情に告げる踊りなさいな騒ぎなさいな知らせ
Shit.
やめた誇りにかけてカルデア輝き見えはいらぬと申しても夏の暑さに喉カラカラ息吹の御霊八脈怒涛
Damn. Why not? Not like I have another use for these right now.
対終末対粛清防御始め最果ての死
Shit.
罪の都最後の竜は我が胸に集え円卓の守護者たちラウンド・オブ・アバロン
夏が来たりてかぎろい揺れて雨が来たりて命が騒ぐ息吹の御霊八脈怒涛
当然とはいえ嬉しいものですね皆さんのおかげです
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No Chains is gonna be here because of this.
Yeah, いらっしゃいだねマスターくん
All I hate being sober. In the roll up. Alright, real quick, I'm just gonna check how long it's gonna take for Jolter to get this, because really it's until she gets her buff. And that's definitely a long way out. We're more than a year away from it. Oh yeah, wait. Yeah, say, where are you on this? Seven. Okay, yeah, no, unchanged. Okay, yeah, no, so I'm just waiting for the free quest node. Oh. 45? No, 55 before anniversary. More than enough. We're good to go. The only thing is like common shards. Yeah, like after I am done with the seashells, we're gonna farm common shards for a long time. Very, very long time. Only to an extent though, because Ilia Castle, I really don't like the other 90 plus mats. Like I really don't like them. And like out of the 3 that are for 90 plus, I'm pretty the common shards are literally the highest drop rate too. That kind of does make it more fucked. Like mirrors is the best, but not by that much. Okay, wait. Common shards aren't the 90 plus? Wait. Yeah, the tickets are here. The common shards. Oh, yeah, 90. Okay, no. 10 comment. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, comment shards are pretty dry until I think the raid. Oh, it's the 90 plus. Oh, right. Yeah, comment shards are the raid mat for the 90 plus this year. Yeah. So 100%. 100% we are just waiting for this common shards. Everything else is gonna just come naturally. Alright. Finally on to JP. Oh yeah, I was already on JP. I forgot about that. And I got on sucking panties on and they were certified. Welcome to the Zanny family. Whoa. Two exotic bras and I got them sucking panties on them. They were certified. Well, that was such a weird one. All right. Actives are done. I'm singing. Okay, like actually, what do we even do on this account? It's like I know my super recollection, but that's not gonna take long. Yeah, super recollection really isn't gonna take that long.
や我ながらいい調整だほれぼ
Alright. Yeah, so we're just working on appends. Yeah, Jacques de Malay is done. 2 bond levels and she's 120. Yeah, so yeah, so 100% I'm gonna eventually get her to bond 15, and it is gonna be MP5 and just 4 pens. You want no drama? Do you hear me calling? Do you hear me calling? You want no drama? On fire or lava? Do you hear me calling? Do you hear me calling? You don't want no drama. This one you mind don't drink away, make away, make you. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna make blue apples.
そろそろクエストに戻るいいよ
Because I can't think of a better use of my AP right now. Yeah, so 2 blue apples, and I'll use this to do the storm pods. Yeah, we're mostly gonna be doing like rank ups today on this account. Just get the ones that are half AP. So just the welfares. Do you hear me calling?
小さいでって館長さん告白道はこの城の随の月の城にようこそ聞き分けあ咀嚼まだ大レベってばらまきましょうあ咀嚼怒りすぎますですわね耐えられますか完全配列よろしくてなぶっていかほど死罪決何を今さら食いるというの森は燃え地は砕くその上で無自覚ならばあま晴れる軍人のごときで我が炎に帰るがよい食らい尽くしてくれましょうはい NSS サービスですもちろんお望みのものは抑制イノベーション始めます最高品質ご用件はスタンバイスレイブゴー派手にやっておしまいなさいこれが玉も重工の優秀兵79式玉もターンですのあ ごめんなさい満足ですつい指も踊りました
No. Don't make the same mistake. Thank you. Hey, surviving on my own.
Kamiへの生贄にしては小ぶりではありませんこと。 さなぶってでは報酬を与えましょう。水、熱、くるめ、別れ、我が手の上で弾けるがいい。
Oh. Yeah, no, that's the MP1. Damn, that's the MP1. Mm. If I okay, so the difference is I lose the chance of MPing again with her if I do this turn 1. But if I hold this, I lose. If I use this, I lose defense down for turn 3 damage when I'm like popping more than 1 MP. Nerfed these two. Yeah, it's either nerf these two or buff this one. Alright.
機嫌が良いので小さくて
Yeah, no, that's pretty obvious
では
choice.
報酬を与えましょう。水、熱、くるめ
Luckily, it doesn't happen that often. But like 27,000 is kind of her limit. Oh shit! No, I just made the wrong fucking move. I made the wrong fucking move, and I didn't even realize this was the end of the node. Fuck me. Um.
手の指だけでは足りませんね。楽園の妖精の名のもとに
Defense down.
示しましょう。
Since
勝利にしてあまたの希望を
Maeve is a writer.
一つに
Oh no, she doesn't get hit by it. Okay.
太陽は死せり大星は来たことほぬがよい大地の流血をもつ我は伊豆流れ星我が流水ちょっと味わうのか
逃がさないわ。そうはしゃがないはしゃがない。ではいらっしゃい。
Mm-hmm.
小さく吉大き
This
Can't
son
you?
of a bitch.
く告白道はなくこの城の水の月の城にようこそ。勝利の代償にあなたの涙をひとしずく。
Fast, 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 fast. Feeling really bad, 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 bad. Time really moves fast, 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 fast. Hurry up and give me your bad, 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 bad. Oh, bad, bad, bad. Oh, mad, 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 mad. All right. And so this you, what if the issues are happen next? Or we can hear you, yeah.
ようこそ。
It's really bad, 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 bad. Time really moves fast, 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 fast.
らっしゃいマスターくん。カタログはこっち。レアものだね。まだ見ていく？マナプリズムと交換？
Chad, imagine like tomorrow they do another buff for the welfares that came out. Because there is another week for the Evocation Festival. This one. There is another week on this. Imagine they actually buff summaries. Not summaries, normalies. No. No, that would be so fucking diabolical. They're not gonna do it. That'd be so funny if they buffed summer Iris and not regular Iris. And it's an MP buff too. Oh my god, that would be so funny. I really hope they do it just for shits and giggles, but they're not. Alright, so, main. We are done with teapots. So, let us go. Okay, so because an event is literally just about to start, I kind of don't want to farm any mat specifically, just mostly because the event might just give it to me without like me even worrying about it. Especially because this account only cares about appends. I kind of don't want to push as much as I could. Yeah. Especially because like now I'm actually starting to work on class score. Ooh. Okay, yeah, no, that's understandable. But I don't need this mat. Okay, awesome. I don't need this mat for any skills at all. So this is going to be free. Unless I need more of it. Okay, why the hell did I not have this leveled? This is like nothing. Wait, I'm on my main, right? Yeah, no, this is my main. I do need this. Can't use comment shards. Yeah, luckily this account doesn't need comment shards. Yeah, so divine line stones, comet shards, and then I max out berserker class score. Probably when I get the gold monuments. All right. Right, yeah. After I get more of them, I should just be good to go. Alright, so done with berserker. 2 for foreigner. Yeah. Yeah, 100% because foreigners is on here. me say. Hmm. Don't need Magatamas. Oh my fucking god. Oh no. No. As you rise. All she ever wanted was attention. Things of the shit I shouldn't mention. She got daddy issues for days and days. But today, she ain't shit to do. Her along with you. Good to go. Yep. I'm doing it right. Yeah, no. But now I'm out of proofs. Yeah, the day is my day, my day. No matter what they say, is my day. La 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 la. Yeah, like for so long, the biggest restriction was my money, and now I have an abundance of money. Because, like, I don't really need to be farming too many mats. Nope. Nope. Yeah, no one needs this right now, and I can always farm the storm port for it. Nope, stop there. Making major progress towards class score. Yeah, for so long it's really been a money thing, but now like I don't really have another node to farm, but QP.
疲れが溜まっているようであればこのタイミングでいやいらっしゃいだねマスター
Oh my
君
god.
地道にコツコツやるそれとも盛大にリソースを
All right. Yeah. Yeah, chat. Also, we have to be getting a U Olga like really soon. Right? Unless it's gonna be the oh wait, no, probably not because OC3 was a surprise. It was not originally planned. Or no, it was originally planned, but it was like not in the OC like promotion. Like so, last U Olga piece is probably gonna be like at the end of part 2. Right. Let's keep going with class score. Oh yeah. So sort by MI DPSs by MP copies. I'll make my plan based on that. Yep. So sabers. So sabers. So sabers. All right, saber. Nope. All right. I know I'm gonna get. Oh, I can't even start. Okay. Yeah, pretty much when I'm just gonna level some of these, and where I stop, I stop. I mean, yeah, Lancer was next, really next online. Okay. Oh, that was a mistake. No, it's fine. I wasn't gonna level their pens anyway. No. Okay. Yeah, no, eat the cost here. Because I do get a lot of progress from this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Ooh. Low on reactor cores. I don't need these right now, but I'm probably gonna regret that in the future. Okay, so I get stuck there and stuck there. Yeah, no point. I have spent like 5,000 in a very short amount of period of time. But I have actually been barely burning through this. Jesus Christ, I farmed a lot. Evil Bones. And we're just stuck here. And yeah, there is no possible chance I'm using Absolution Bells on class score right now when I need 600 for a pens. I need them in a lotto or a raid very, very badly. Okay, so these two, and then I have nothing more to check out for class score. Yeah, I'm not worried about using the yarn right now. The characters that need them do not need them right now, and it's gonna take a while to get to need them. Chat, it's actually crazy that Storm Pods and Class Score has been out for 2 years, almost 2 years now on JP. Like, it really did just hit me that it's taking me like 2 years to actually like buckle down and do this. But in my defense, I did need skills leveled a lot more. But now that like main skills for everyone is done, like I'm only farming for new characters, not catching up on other characters like I have. Okay, we stop here. We keep going. We're gonna stop there. And stop there. Yes or no? Alright, go this way. Okay, we stop there. Yeah, no, I already checked this. All right. Last thing, caster. Caster stuck almost immediately. Unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty much all I can do for class score. But I went from like pretty much nothing done for class score except berserkers to like getting the pretty good spread. Yeah, I got more than a multi off this. I got a lot from that. Holy shit. Yeah, that was like sick. I want to say like 40 to 60 quartz. And that's still barely drained like the QP I have. That was definitely a mat sink, not a QP sink. I haven't paid attention to class score like requirements. All right. Yeah. Let's get the QP back up.
いよ
気が
まさかの
合いますな。
戦争まさか冗談
光の時これまで疑似神格並列接続暗黒太陽臨界狂乱怒涛悪霊作。
続いてなんだと
それはそれは
海砂浜夏出会い夕暮れぐっさま我が八つ当たりは神をも殺せ夕暮れ見て鉄骨黄昏見て天の子
なんですマスター。何骨を持って行ってはいかぬと。
おやマナプリズムとまだ見ていく私もハリようこそレオナルド・ダ・ヴィンチの強化ラボへ今日も元気に始め
Yeah, no, actually, I don't know why I backed down on this. Oh. Excuse me. Yeah, Reese technically can do this form too. So she might just fully eventually replace Shifu here. And she'll just be the insta-kill former. Probably forever. Alright, but we gotta level this first. This is almost done though. Oof. Yeah, if skill 2 was leveled, Shufu would be impeding me. But it's fine. She's gonna be turn 4.
あ、なんだと。あ
救急如律病
あ、役立った。続いてよ。
さようですか。
吸気集結、強排斥。おい、落葉にて神殺す者。無切れにて結束、殺場で見て天の子。
魔力費やしすぎてはおりませぬか。
This is dangerous to death with the 6. I'm sick. Gotta go to the same motherfucker. Motherfucker. One day. It's lie. My getting high. That little take. Come on, funk shit, don't shit, you the shock, bitch. Mm-hmm.
気楽に参りましょうや。
今日追い出したさっき、はいどうぞ。なんだったい。はいよ。せい。ぶちかませ。ぶちかまに。あらうっさっさ。
The sounds of
増やしておきまする。気が合いますな。秋光殿、お目覚めよ。来たれ暗黒の帳。太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱の塔、悪霊三分。増やしておきまする。気が合いますな。 それはそれは。秋光殿、お目覚めよ。来たれ暗黒の帳。太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱怒涛、悪霊サフ。
海砂浜のつぶやい夕暮れ草間。我が八つ当たりは神をも殺せ。夕暮れにて結束、黄昏にて天のが終了。ま、グッ様と私の絆の前には勝てるものはそんなにないってことよ。
All right. The culture feeling. Guess. The demon be deep, I guess. I like that record. I'm gonna make that for record. Nothing but that. Nothing but that. Nothing but that. Nothing but that. All right, you know what? Take these two off because I don't have these have traits that I can exploit. Yeah, no, take these two off. Put someone else on that doesn't have traits. We don't wanna hear you say no more. Yeah, Nito Chris is almost done, and yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I don't think I have another AoE Instigo farmer, and I don't plan on just fucking plug suiting in and double popping Domans and P. I do not plan on doing that. Alright. Let's start getting this done. Again, because I don't need anyone like bond level at all. Like this is literally just supports. They don't need the help. They can get to it by themselves. Except maybe him, but yeah, we'll worry about that later. Don't know why you're still there. Oh, but I need another 1-star on here. That's why.
ニトクリスの鏡を見たいのですね。気が合いますね。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、アントゥーネルタジュゼル。いかがです？出ませ。
はい、やれやれ。
はは、なるほど。それでは、それは。光の時、これまで。疑似神格並列接続。暗黒太陽臨界。狂乱怒涛、悪霊作。
我が身はホルスなりしファラオなれば。
あ、やれやれ。直視。俺の前に立つんじゃない。終わり？じゃあ後始末は任せたぜ。 くどいつもこいつも。
我が身はホルスの電空よ。
あいつなんだよ。
可愛い資料がザザ
そこだ。
ザザ屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶた呪戦。
増やしておきまする。それでは失礼おば。
あいつ
それはそれは。秋光殿、お目覚めよ。来たれ暗黒の帳。太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱の塔、悪霊サフ。
いいぞ。いいぞ。やればいいんだろ。夢の俺はなんだよ。直視。俺の前に立つんじゃない。
なんですマスター。何、骨を持って行ってはいかぬ。お
愚かな。具体的にどこがと言われると困りますが、愚かな。大逆に死天空よ。
あいつや
ミトクリスの鏡を見たいのですね。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶた呪戦。
増やしておきます。楽しんでおり、増やしておきまする。
お望みとあらば気が合いますね。
それはそれは。
不敬者、不敬者。
ほう、
お望みとあらば
節操に諸肌脱げと。光の時、これまで。疑似神格並列接続。暗黒太陽臨界。狂乱の塔、悪霊サフ。
いいぞ。やればいいんだろ。やれよ。なんだよ。直視。俺の前に立つんじゃない。ま、切りがいがあるのはいいことだよな。
All right. Before I do rank ups, I gotta get all these characters ascended.
おお、魔力をな。こりゃすまん。なるほど、これが霊気再臨。噂のあれか。お、まんじゅうか。霊気再臨。ん？あれ？あ？霊気再臨。おや、姿が変わるという触れ込みだったような。一向に変わらん。僕の場合は変わらない？そうなの？カルディアの魔力な。長々とまあ付き合ってくれたもの。心がけが良いではないか、お前。うりうり。褒美に何かくれてやろうか。どうしようか。お前欲しいものはあるか？そろそろありがとうございます。ありがとう。再臨による霊気の再定義はありませんね。不思議な感覚です。 性能は引き続きよろしくお願いしますマスター。魔力上昇を確認。私ばかりに魔力と資源を。大丈夫ですかマスター。問題ない。本当ですか？ありがとうございます。呆れたものですね。いえ、こうなれば最後までお付き合いします。改めてよろしくお願いします。魔力いらっしゃいマスターくん。カタログはこっちだよ。退屈がてらおすすめアイテムを紹介していい？
Oh, I'm sorry. I literally just blanked what I was even doing.
日本でのお正月といえば初売りですね。
Alright, the XP. I
優れ
remember.
たマスター。いや、いらっしゃいだ。そろいらっしゃいます。マナプリズムと交換？用意した甲斐があったな。まだ見ていく？
One pull on Bima. Nope. Yeah, Bima is dodging me like the fucking plague. Holy shit.
再臨による霊気の再定義なし。ああ。暖か特に変化はありませんが、これが普通なんでしょうか。魔力上昇。こんなにたくさん。魔力も資源も大丈夫なんでしょうか。無理していませんか。暖かい。ありがとうございます。霊気が変化しているせい
Alright,
でしょうか。
food.
それともマスターがいるという状態のせい。私がまさかこんな。
Done.
そろそろクエストに。
Alright, last one. Reese. Yeah, so we're not gonna go right into Persona. This stream has gone on for a very long time. And honestly, I could use the break too. So when I come back to streaming, it is gonna be Persona, but we're definitely not going right into it today.
何こう
Probably give me like 2 or 3 hours.
私には構わないでいいか
Oh
ら
shit! I didn't even start up the air fryer.
いいね 再臨したところで別に魔力リソースの運用下手なんじゃない なんかごめんね なんかだから他に優先事項はあると思うけどそれで満足だって言うのならまあなんか助かるああだいぶマニアックだよねカルデアのマスターさんも私も嫌いじゃないけどさそういうのありがとうなん助かる我ながらいい調整だ惚れ惚れいらっし時間は戻らないものだ最終確認はしっかりしたかいまだマスターちょうどいいところに今から皆さんで書き初めをするそうなのでご一緒にいかがですか優れたマスターには 段よりは多少ほんの少し手を緩めても格の違いを知ります後輩抑制機嫌が良いので得視線はそのままキャンドルアトラクション感受さ国道はなくこの城の水能月の城にようこそ食らい尽くしてくれましょう今は失う平らでって遠い夢を気に入りました私の手にすがりつきなさい肉体は溶けようと魂はこの湖サマープールドスマあがくの抑えるなんてシェルターでしたらこちらに会社は知らずかしこみかしこみ恐れ多くはイザナビの国づくりの大剣のこれが私の空想苦言千の鎖道を示す仰ぎなさい星を覆う天外を満足ですつい指も踊りました
Yeah, no, wait. Shouldn't Tonalico be popping up at the top now?
人型の器というものは不便調子に乗るのも思い出すな光る耐えられるどうぞごゆっくりならいらで怖いもの知らず空想苦言千の鎖道を示す仰ぎなさい星を覆う天外を落石注意怒りすぎますアラウンドキャメロット眠はず分かってる白亜の城が語りしは叶うことなき夢の名残燃え上がる結末を鳥は忘れず メモリー・オブ・ロンディニン。私一人になっても
ですわね。シェルターでしたらこちらに。
光の輪、特別に
かしこみかしこみ。恐れ多くはイザナギの国づくりの大剣の。これが私の
旧姓の妖精である以上、すべての巨食を払いましょう。はやたどり着けぬ理想と目に映るもの、すべてを灰に。次、
私自らが出てみましたが、信者たちを使わないというのは神として物足りませんね。
Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna call it. I'll be back later today. Peace.